All right, we'll call this meeting of the Nevada's Regional Transmission Coordination Task Force to order. And we have with us Director Bobsian on the Zoom, and I think we have Laura Wickham in Carson City, and we have, and I want to make sure I'm saying your name correct here, we have Leslie Helgett in Las Vegas with us. And so Ms. Helgett, if you could please take the roll.
Okay. Senator Chris Brooks.
Here.
Carolyn Turner.
Here.
Richard Perkins.
Here.
Mona Tierney-Lloyd.
Here.
Eric Hansen.
Here.
Assemblywoman Danielle Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Jeremy Newman.
Here.
Costin Lathoris.
Costin Lathoris here.
Rebecca Wagner. Elizabeth Becker.
Here.
Leslie Mujica.
Here.
Eric Witkowski.
I'm here. I'm online.
Senator Dallas Harris.
Here.
David Bobsian.
Here.
Carolyn Barbash.
Here.
Luke Pepez.
Here.
Elise Porto.
Here.
John Seeliger.
Here.
Haley Williamson.
Here.
Ernest Figueroa.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum, and we can now start with our first agenda item, which is public comment. And the public comment is information was on the agenda that was posted and that was distributed, and it is I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the phone number, but I don't have it here in front of me. But if we could please limit our public comment to about 3 minutes per person, I would appreciate that, and we can get started. So do we have anyone on the phone for, oh, I'm sorry, we'll go here in person in Las Vegas, and then we'll go up to Carson City, then we'll go to the phone. Good morning, please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Brooks and members of the task force. My name is Jana Moan, and I'm the External Affairs Director for the Nature Conservancy in Nevada. I'm here today to tell you about a new study that the Nature Conservancy released last week called Power of Place West. It is a comprehensive energy, economic, and geospatial study that analyzed dozens of scenarios that achieve clean energy goals by 2050 in 11 Western states. It is the most comprehensive energy analysis to date that incorporates detailed ecosystem and wildlife habitat information. This analysis is necessary because without being mindful about where and how we develop this new energy capacity, we risk losing some of the West's most important natural areas and working lands. Currently, 50% of all renewable projects are being developed on top of our most productive natural areas and working lands. But Power of Place West reveals good news. Our research discovered that there are ways for our Western states to affordably meet their future energy needs, achieve economy-wide net zero greenhouse gas emission reductions, and avoid our most sensitive natural areas and working lands all at the same time. Specifically, the researchers identified an optimal development scenario that affordably reaches net zero by 2050 while still preserving nearly 50% more sensitive natural areas and working lands than by following today's energy development practices. This scenario, called the high electrification scenario, assumes economy-wide electrification of energy production, transportation, building, and manufacturing sectors. It includes a diversity of clean energy and climate technologies, which limits new energy infrastructure infrastructure to 21 million acres by 2050, and it's cost conscious as well. It's only 3% more expensive annually than pursuing current development trends and practices. The Power of Place West provides also policy recommendations for regional and state leaders who are making decisions about energy in their states. These include improving energy and decarbonization planning to maximize community conservation and economic benefits, particularly for Indigenous and frontline communities, streamlining review of projects in those areas that are low impact for nature and communities by federal, state, and local governments, developing state and federal mitigation programs that require clean energy infrastructure to avoid, minimize, or offset impacts to wildlife, ecosystems, cultural resources, and iconic landscapes, ensuring energy siting on working lands benefits agricultural communities, and then finally, creating a West-wide energy market that includes planning and coordination to develop the most cost-effective and reliable grid. As energy leaders serving on this task force, we encourage you to check out the Power of Place West study at www.nature.org/powerofplace and act on its recommendations. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak to you here, and thank you for your service on this task force.
Thank you, Ms. Moan. Could you make sure that you get with Ms. Helgett from the Governor's Office of Energy and share that document so that they can post that on the website where we're keeping all the documents for this particular committee, and that way committee members can take a look at it and the public can reference it as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Do we have, please come on up here in Las Vegas.
My name is John Williams. I'm with the Bonneville Power Administration. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, or morning. Sorry about that. I'm in Boise, so we're an hour ahead of you. And members of the Coordination Task Force meeting. I would like to just briefly describe BPA, our service area, and our participation in regional transmission affairs. Most of you may know that Bonneville is a federal nonprofit agency in the Pacific Northwest. That means that we pay the U.S. Treasury every year of our federal debt. We market power, about a third, to our electricity customers in the Pacific Northwest. We're connected all the way from Canada, Pacific Northwest, to California. And I want to make sure that Bonneville is involved in your proceedings. BPA is going through an internal process in the next phase of the Western Resource Adequacy, Adequacy Program. As you know, coal generation is terminating in the next 10 years. And Bonneville and other utilities are working to ensure a reliable transmission grid. And to do that, we need to work together, coordinate, and make sure we have the resources for the citizens of the Pacific Northwest, as well as the Western Connection, which involves California, Nevada, Utah, Wyoming. BPA is also participating in the Southwest Power Pool's next phase of its Markets Plus development program. Developing a Western market that supports reliability, delivers value to our customers is core to our participation. BPA is also involved in the Council's proposal for regionalization grid, specifically the Day-Ahead Market Initiatives and Governance Review Committee. I think you know that a couple of weeks ago, last month, there was a heat wave throughout the Western. Bonneville played a huge role in that. Not only were we able to meet our customers' needs and needs of other customers or utilities in the Pacific Northwest, but we also supported much needed power across the West during the heat wave that California triggered an energy emergency. So our hydro system, as you know, is very large. We have 31 dams and 1 nuclear plant. I don't know if you know this, but Bonneville sits as the chair of the Columbia River Treaty. This was put in place back in the 1960s. It was to manage water. I need not tell you about what's going down here with Lake Mead and so forth, but up in the Pacific Northwest, we are blessed with a very powerful Columbia River river system. That started, it starts in Canada and goes all the way, of course, through several states in the Pacific Northwest. We entered into a treaty so that we can better control flood control, as well as manage more power. Part of that agreement with Canada was to build 3 storage plants. They're operating today. We're trying to modernize that treaty today. So it's due in 2024. It started in 1964, but it served the region well as the state of California, because we also built in the 60s 3 interties, 2 that go into the Bay Area and a DC line, untapped from the Dalles, Oregon, into Los Angeles. So with our partner utilities, we've been able to transfer a lot of power back and forth. And we do that today on a wholesale deregulated marketplace. So as the committee looks at different ways the state should move forward, as the point of contact for Bonneville, I plan to continue to attend your meetings, and whatever you need from Bonneville, I'm here to help out the best way I can. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Good to see you again. And thank you for the update, and the continuing updates from Bonneville, and appreciate that and look forward to hearing from you again at the next meeting.
Yes, and I think I almost forgot, we did join the energy imbalance market, and we're going through all the procedures and process for payments and all the things that go along with that. And so far, it's working out well.
Right on. Well, appreciate that. Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Anyone else down here in Las Vegas for public comment? All right, let's move up to Carson City. And is there anyone in Carson City for public comment? All right, I don't see any. So broadcast services, do we have anyone on the phone for public comment?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we do. If you would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 now on your phone to take your place in the queue. Again, that's *9.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to make public comments today. My name is Sarah Steinberg. That's SarahSteinberg, and I'm a principal with Advanced Energy Economy, a national association of businesses working to advance policies that make energy more reliable, secure, clean, and affordable. This summer brought record-breaking heat and a drought that has strained Nevada's grid infrastructure and required energy users to voluntarily reduce demand during peak heat conditions. That's in part because Nevada's electric grid, and more broadly, grid infrastructure across the West, currently operates like a bunch of islands, each responsible for serving all extremes primarily on its own. A regional transmission organization, or RTO, connecting the Western states would allow Nevada to tap into affordable clean energy from sources across the entire Western region during all weather conditions, export excess Nevada energy when there is a surplus, and develop the appropriate transmission infrastructure to ensure maximum grid efficiencies at lowest cost. This would help Nevada lower electricity costs for homes and businesses, boost the local economy, and bring thousands of living wage jobs to the Silver State. In fact, AEE just released a report 2 weeks ago that looks at the economic impact of a West-wide RTO on Nevada's economy. The analysis shows that joining a Western RTO would save Nevadans $32 million per year. Extra money in people's pocketbooks and lower energy costs for businesses would mean more money could be spent in the local economy and used to expand business operations in-state. New jobs created because of an RTO, up to 21,300 permanent jobs at the high end and up to 800 temporary construction jobs, would be in fields you'll think of like transmission, solar, and geothermal development, but also in diverse sectors of the economy, including warehousing and storage, battery manufacturing, construction of single and multifamily homes, medical labs, telecommunications, data processing, and more. These industries, which are sensitive to energy prices, and businesses with sustainability goals, will find Nevada more attractive because the grid is cleaner, more reliable, and lower cost. Altogether, a Western RTO would add tens of millions to hundreds of millions of dollars to local and state tax revenues, and between $550 million and $2.2 billion to Nevada's gross state product each year. I've shared the report with members of the task force via email, but I'm happy to circle up with anyone to answer additional questions that you have at any time. We look forward to the continued conversation about how transmission and energy markets can benefit Nevada, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Steinberg. And we will, I believe we have that report posted on the Governor's Office of Energy website, and I'll reference it a little bit later. Do we have anyone else on the phones for public comment?
Hi, yes. My name is Marin Mahoney, and I am commenting today on behalf of Ceres. Ceres is a national nonprofit that works with influential businesses and investors in Nevada and across the country to build equitable, market-based solutions to today's sustainability challenges. And as part of this work, Ceres organizes the Business for Innovative Climate and Energy Policy, or BICEP network, a coalition of over 80 major businesses, leading consumer brands, and Fortune 500, with many with operations and facilities here in Nevada. Major companies in the U.S. want to see Western states coordinate on a regional plan to integrate and deploy clean energy across the region. Companies have ambitious climate and clean energy goals. To be more specific, more than 250 companies, including many Fortune 500, have committed to power all of their corporate operations with 100% renewable energy. And here in Nevada, over 45 companies have set a goal of being powered by 100% renewable energy. Similarly, major investors consider the policy environment for clean energy and clean transportation when making fixed income and equity investment decisions. So eliminating market barriers and supporting clean energy investments are crucial to ensuring that companies have access to these clean energy choices. A regional approach that puts decarbonization front and center will help them meet these goals and stay competitive in the global economy. An approach that improves access to cost-effective clean resources also attracts new investments, innovation, and jobs. And because of its geography and abundant natural resources, we know that Nevada will be central to any regional wholesale energy market construct. So I want to thank you for considering the perspective of these large energy customers, and please thank you for this opportunity to put forward these comments. We look forward to working with you, and please do not hesitate if we can provide further information or connect you to any of our members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahoney. And do we have any other callers for public comment?
Yes, hi. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the task force. My name is Sam Johnston, and I'm grateful to be here on behalf of Interwest Energy Alliance. Interwest is a trade association. We represent roughly 40 of the largest developers and manufacturers of utility-scale wind, solar, storage, and geothermal resources, including many who have developed renewable generation facilities here in Nevada. To begin, we want to express our support and gratitude for this task force and the work that it has done so far. We see the effort for West-wide utility collaboration through an RTO as the single most important policy effort facing our industry. This task force has an opportunity to demonstrate Nevada's leadership on the RTO issue. It can do that by asserting that Nevada wants its electrical utilities to join an RTO that includes the largest Western footprint possible. That is critically important because the larger the footprint, the more an RTO will deliver cost savings and reliability to Nevada customers. I see that during your last meeting, Chair Brooks shared the state-led market study. The state-led market study found that an RTO makes electricity delivery more efficient by connecting geographically diverse resources with geographically diverse customers. And the greater the footprint, the more the benefit. The idea is that no matter the weather or time of day, if the entire West is connected, there will always be a renewable resource somewhere operating and ready to serve a utility customer anywhere. Having an RTO that includes the largest Western footprint possible would connect Nevada's solar resources to other states where renewable energy is in high demand. That would maximize the economic development potential of Nevada's ideal conditions for solar resource development. But Nevada won't just be sending that energy outside of its borders, because having resources in Nevada that are connected to a wide marketplace elsewhere also makes them more affordable for Nevada ratepayers. This task force can show that it recognizes all of those benefits by asserting that the best way forward for the West is if its utilities join an RTO that includes the largest possible Western footprint. We appreciate the continued engagement and effort by this task force, and we look forward to the task force's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And do we have anyone else for public comment on the phone?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good morning. My name is Christy Cabrera, CHRISTI-CABRERA, and I'm the Deputy Director for the Nevada Conservation League. We'd like to thank the task force for their work on this important topic, which is critical to addressing the climate crisis. Climate change is the greatest threat to Nevada's future. It is threatening our water supply, habitat, and landscape. Extreme heat and wildfire are harming our health, our workers, and our businesses. To meet the ambitious but necessary climate goals of 100% clean power and zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 that were set by Governor Sisolak and the legislature, we must move away from all fossil fuels as quickly as possible. In order to do this, Nevada needs an updated state-of-the-art electricity grid and the ability to move clean, renewable energy across state lines. By joining an RTO, Nevada will be able to utilize more clean energy across the West while keeping energy costs low, providing more reliable energy, and boosting our economy through the creation of thousands of good-paying jobs. Nevada families deserve access to clean energy, clean air, and a clean environment. Joining a Western regional electricity market will allow us to sell our excess solar to other states, and it will get us closer to achieving our climate and carbon reduction goals while creating a cleaner, healthier state for all Nevadans. We look forward to seeing the task force report in the upcoming week. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cabrera. Do we have anyone else for public comment?
Chair, your public line is open and working, but you have no more callers at this time.
All right, thank you. Great. We can then move on to our next agenda item, and we can then get into our presentations. All right, so welcome everyone to this task force meeting that was created in the last legislative session with Senate Bill 448, and this is our second meeting. In our first meeting, we laid we discussed what the need was and what the potential benefits could be of Nevada joining into, entering, or creating a regional transmission organization, or and how that could affect the price of electricity in Nevada, the reliability, and how we could help achieve our clean energy goals. This meeting, we want to have a presentation. We're going to have presentations from three organizations: the California Independent System Operator, the Western Power Pool, and Southwest Power Pool. Those three organizations provide actually our RTOs and ISOs and resource adequacy organizations that do the work in the West of the regional transmission coordination. And so this will give us a good insight into the organizations that are actually stood up and doing some of this work and how they could interplay with Nevada and each other. And so This is very timely because it has been an incredibly busy summer for transmission operators and for electric utilities across the West. This year, we've seen the constant disruption that has been caused by the escalating climate crisis. And we have increased demand due to growth of the economy and electrification of loads that were served by fossil fuels. And we've seen an energy crisis in Europe that was caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as well as gasoline price escalation based on, the gouging taking place by the oil companies in this world. It's interesting that at the same time we have the highest gasoline prices like ever, the oil companies have the highest profit margins ever. And there is definitely a correlation there. All of these issues facing our world, our nation, our state, our economy have one common denominator, and that is transmission. And we need more of it. We need to coordinate amongst ourselves how we use it, and we need to optimize it. And all of these issues also have another common denominator, and that is fossil fuels. And so as we electrify and certain loads that are currently powered by fossil fuels, this will become more and more important for our national security and for our state's economy. There are a few events that actually happened in the West since we last met, and I'd like to mention them briefly. One, Ms. Steinberg at AEE, Advanced Energy Economy, already mentioned, and that was the Western RTO Economic Impact Study. And it's a region-wide analysis that really shows some of the benefits that a RTO could provide for the West, and that is available at the Governor's Office of Energy website, and that website is energy.nv.gov. And there's a tab to get to this task force, and it's the /RTCTF, but you can see it once you go to the Governor's Office of Energy website. It's front and center and easy to navigate. It's an easy website to navigate, different than some of the other ones here in government. And then also, with Advanced Energy Economy, released a Nevada-specific report that has the benefits that are specific just to our state within that economic impact study. And that also is at the Governor's Office of Energy website. Just the top lines from that report, though, is a West-wide RTO would result in about $32 million per year in electricity cost savings for Nevada compared to operation of the electrical grid without a West-wide RTO. And this does take into account likely operational costs for Nevada. It would provide anywhere between 5,000 to 21,000 permanent jobs across the state, with these jobs averaging total compensation of $65,000 per year. It would generate between $500 million and $2.2 billion in additional gross state product per year across the state. It would produce incremental state and local tax contributions anywhere between $25 and $100 million a year, and create 76 to as much as 800 temporary construction jobs in 2030, just from the development of clean energy resources that meet a corporate demand, not even necessarily our RPS requirements or the investor-owned and public utilities here in the state. So there are a lot of benefits that are specific to Nevada, and it reinforces why it is that we're doing this work and why we're taking a look at this. Another thing that happened this summer is California State Assemblyman Chairman Chris Holden crafted and then introduced ACR, Assembly Concurrent Resolution 188, which passed both legislative chambers with unanimous bipartisan vote. That ACR can be found on the Governor's Office of Energy website for your review as well. That measure requires California Independent System Operator to produce a report that summarizes recent relevant studies on the impacts of expanded regional electric grid cooperation on California, and identifies key issues that will most likely advance the state's energy and environmental goals, including any available studies that reflect the impact of regionalization on transmission costs and reliability for California ratepayers. This report shall be completed in consultation with the California balancing authorities and is due to the California Legislature by February 28, 2023. And it has already started some conversations in the state of California, and these conversations are very important to Nevada because, you know, as I always say, Nevada we share 650 miles of border with California, and 90% of every Nevadan lives within 50 miles of California. So it's very important what is happening just to the west of us as the largest load in the Western Interconnect. Also this summer, we experienced an all-time high electricity peak load on the Western grid. That was September 6th, and it was 167,500 megawatt peak. And the Nevada, California, and the rest of the West avoided blackouts by working together. So what I would not like to necessarily be in the control rooms at CAISO or here in Nevada at NV Energy when it was probably about 6 p.m. on September 6th, and we were being urged by NV Energy here in Nevada to conserve, and NV Energy was doing everything they possibly could to make sure that they could provide reliable service at that incredibly trying time when we had that heat wave. I know I was like game time. I got all my automated systems. I shut off all my air conditioner and my pool pumps and my hybrid water heater, and I started discharging my battery into the grid, and my solar was kicking, and I thought it was a lot of fun. But I don't think a lot of other people did that do this for a living. I see a couple of heads shaking. But the key thing here is it worked, and it worked largely. I think there's a few components why it worked. It was coordination amongst the utilities. Oops, sorry. I've talked to my friends at SDG&E, friends at CAISO, friends at NV Energy, and they were talking in real time about what was going on and how they could work together. So coordination regionally shows us the value of coordination regionally. But, you know, batteries and demand response were rock stars in this historic event. I can't recall what the number was, but when California put out that statewide alert where everybody's phone started buzzing and beeping and saying, hey, we need to conserve energy, and maybe somebody, when they're giving the presentation later, or somebody even on the committee can tell me what that number was, but it was a tremendous amount of, that was it 3,000, 2,000 megawatts, like dropped immediately, based on demand response and human behavior. And, you know, it restored some of my faith in humans and my neighbors in that they cared about their neighbors enough to conserve energy and averted a crisis. So those were some lessons learned: batteries, demand response, and coordination amongst utilities regionally. So those were some of the big events of the summer since we met last, and reinforce why we're doing what we're doing here. You know, Nevada's transmission picture is changing rapidly with plans from TransCanyon's Crosstie project, LS Power's SWIP North project, the Grid Alliance, and all the things that they're doing in the CAISO system in southern Nevada. And we have Transwest Express potential line from Utah to California. And NV Energy is moving forward with GreenLink and looking at many other opportunities to take advantage of Nevada's geographic position in the West's transmission system. NV Energy also continues its conversations with neighboring utilities and with CAISO and with SPP. And I'm looking forward to hearing about the status of CAISO, SPP, and WPP. I'm sure whoever's taking notes hates me and all my acronyms. The California Independent System Operator, or CAISO, Southwest Power Pool, or SPP, Western Power Pool, or WPP, and what progress they have made as the transmission system and the electricity markets evolve across the West. So first up today, we're going to take this a little bit out of order to accommodate folks' schedules. And we are going to have, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, we are going to have Southwest Power Pool up first. to give us a update and on what it is that they do, a little bit of the history and status of that organization. And I believe, unless I am incorrect, we have Kara Fornstrom from Southwest Power Pool, or SPP, up to give us a presentation. Yay, I think I'm right, and we can't hear you. There we can, now we can.
Good morning, Chair Brooks and members of the task force. Thank you so much for this invitation to present with you today. I have my colleague, Steve Johnson, with me. I'm going to go through a couple of slides and then let him introduce himself. We will be doing tag team this morning. Let me get my screen shared here. Can you all see that?
We can.
Okay, great. So as Chair Brooks said, my name is Kara Fornstrom. I'm Director of State Regulatory Policy for SPP. I've been with SPP since January of 2021 in this role. Prior to that, I served at the Wyoming Public Service Commission for 8 years, the last 2 as chairman. And because most of my work for SPP is focused in the West, I continue to reside in Wyoming. So I'm going to tell you about our presentation today, and then I'll turn it over to Steve for these first slides, and he'll introduce himself as well. So today, as you indicated, as an introduction, we want to talk a little bit about our background and summarize for you what we believe the benefits of markets are, what we've seen from a quantitative and qualitative basis. Also then provide a summary of what we're doing in the West, our different energy services that we're offering, mostly on a contract service basis. Then we'll spend a little bit of time specifically focused on Markets Plus, and then conclude and answer any questions that you might have. So with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Steve. He'll introduce himself and then cover these first few slides. Thanks again for having us today.
Thanks, Kara. Quick sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm Steve Johnson with Southwest Power Pool. I'm the Director of Markets Administration for SPP. I've been here since 2020. Prior to that, my entire career was in the West. Started in California with Hetch Hetchy Water and Power on their hydro system, City and County of San Francisco's hydro system, and then spent a 20-year career with Western Area Power Administration. Started out as a system operator and finished up as Senior Vice President over the Colorado River Storage Project before I came to SPP. And in fact, I see a couple of familiar names today from that endeavor. So with that, I'd like to get into a little bit of SPP's background. Next slide. I'm not seeing in advance. Okay, there we go. Thanks, Kara. All right, so quickly, SPP's mission is working together to responsibly and economically keep the lights on today and in the future. Responsibly and economically are the keywords there, obviously. Both are important. Our vision is leading our industry to a brighter future while delivering the best energy value. So as we continue to move through the changing energy mix that our industry is experiencing, to do that well, basically. And how do we do that, basically? How do we accomplish our mission and engage in our vision? Next slide. So first and foremost, we build and maintain trusted relationships. SPP is well known for this. It's the reason I'm here. I was able to engage with them long before I ever worked with them, and really appreciated the way SPP does business. And with those relationships, we can achieve collaboratively and engage passionately. If you are ever a witness to our stakeholder processes, you will see a lot of this going on. And sometimes it takes us a little longer to get something done. But when we do finally get there and we get things in front of FERC, we generally see minimal issues with passing through the FERC process to get something done. So while it may take a little more time on the front end, we generally achieve what we want to achieve very efficiently in the long run. We do all this in the striving to deliver superior service in all aspects. When we talk to one of our operators on the desk, all the way to our generation interconnection folks, clear up to our CEO, you're going to reach people that truly care, that engage passionately, and work hard to deliver that superior service, and to find value beyond reliability. So this comes in a couple forms. One thing that integrated transmission planning and resource planning can do in operations within an RTO, all those technical aspects, is it enables us to push the envelope with renewable penetration, and it also creates a forum where we can engage broad stakeholders, a broad stakeholder group to come together and really work on these issues. And finally, SPP embraces and promotes diversity, not only within our staff, that's extremely important, but within our stakeholder groups and even within our energy resource mix. Next slide. So just quickly, here's our RTO footprint. You'll see several maps as we go through today. One will kind of build on top of the other, but this is our traditional RTO footprint. We set a new peak this summer, about a little over 53 gigawatts of load. Next slide. So we're going to walk through several milestones. I won't read every one, but just hit some of the highlights. 1941, SPP actually formed at the same time for the same reason as at the time Northwest Power Pool, and that was to mine and process bauxite into aluminum for the World War II effort, actually. There's a big bauxite deposit here in Arkansas, and the power pool was needed to bring the energy necessary to accomplish that. Fast forwarding a little bit, you'll note that in 1991, we implemented operating reserve sharing, much the same again as Northwest Power Pool at the time. In 1997, we were one of the first reliability coordinators. We're on the very front end of that. Next slide. And then you'll notice in 2004, we became a FERC-approved RTO. And then you'll notice the markets came after that, which is actually a fascinating thing. It took us actually 10 years to get to a full day 2 market. But in 2007, 3 years after we became an approved RTO, we launched our first energy imbalance service market. Next slide. And then finally in 2014, as I mentioned, we launched our integrated marketplace for our day 2 market and became the regional balancing authority. Merged 18 balancing authorities into one. And then in 2019, you'll notice that's when our Western services kicked off and launched, first with the RC services, and then with the Western Energy Imbalance Service, which we'll get into a little more detail later. Next slide. So what is energy imbalance? It is exactly what the title implies. It's just the difference between what was scheduled, either generator output or load, the difference between what you pre-scheduled and what actually happens. And so loads, best guess, we never hit them perfectly. Generation more and more with our intermittent resources. While we have some really sophisticated tools to forecast that, we never hit it perfectly. So an imbalance market comes in and works to facilitate either receiving excess energy or providing energy, additional energy, in a more economic fashion than a traditional bilateral market would allow on an hourly basis, and ultimately ends up driving toward less need for operating reserve through the hour because you can leverage the market. Next slide. So the integrated marketplace, the next iteration, that's a full day 2 market. And as it notes, we calculate LMPs much the same we do even in an energy imbalance market, but with the day 2 market, of course, you get into unit commitment, and this is where the real savings can occur, because if we can commit more economic resources ahead of time, we can come up with an overall lower dispatch cost. It also allows us, again, to operate the system with very advanced tools. We're able to operate a 50 gigawatt footprint with extremely high wind penetration numbers at times, with just 1% regulation, which is incredible. 50 gigawatt footprint with 500 megawatts of regulation, and up to 90% penetration with wind. It's just fascinating what these in-hour tools can do. these tools are necessary to get and make the goals that get to and make the goals that all the Western states are looking for. And of course, overseeing all this, SPP does have an independent market monitor, ensuring that the market designs that we put in place actually are fair and equitable. Next slide. So I mentioned earlier about diversity. You'll notice we have a quite diverse membership mix, all the way from your traditional investor-owned and public utilities to large retail customers like Google, like Walmart. We have one federal agency. WAPA does have one of their regions in the RTO, in the Eastern Interconnect. Next slide. A little bit about fuel production and fuel diversity. You'll see that wind and coal are battling for that #1 spot. Actually, in 2020, wind was our #1 resource based on energy. With the dynamics of the winter weather event in 21, plus the change in gas prices, we are still seeing those fight neck and neck. Next slide. And this graph actually shows that quite well. You'll see coal dwindling as our wind was coming up since 2012. In 2012, we served 8% of our footprint with wind. And today, as mentioned, we're into the mid-30s, and you'll notice coal has been dwindling. But they have, both coal and gas have bounced. And again, that's due in part to the winter weather event that we experienced in February of 21 and the change in gas prices versus coal. Next slide. All right, and I will turn it over to Kara to carry us to the next segment.
Thanks, Steve. So now I'd like to briefly describe the 3 major categories of benefits that we find in running this market: economic, reliability, and clean energy integration. So here's the big picture. As Steve walked through our timeline, we have more than a decade of successful market administration that also delivers affordability and reliability. You'll see here some of the stats that he was telling you that in 2007, we started the Energy Imbalance Service. It returned $103 million in the first year alone, and it only cost about $30 million to put into place. So just in the first year, there was a return of 3 to 1 on the implementation costs. You'll see there are some stats on the integrated marketplace, which we'll talk about in more detail in a minute. This is a $20 billion market that we're running in the RTO and the Eastern Interconnection. You'll see our years of service for reliability. And one of the reasons we've been so successful in integrating the large amount of renewable resources is our ability to do transmission planning on a regional basis. We'll talk about that in a little more detail in a moment. When we look at the quantitative benefits of the RTO, we really divide them into these 4 buckets that are on your screen today, or on your screen this morning. You'll see here $2.14 billion in annual savings and benefits. You've heard some numbers in the West of potential savings. You can see how we look at that from the RTO perspective at SPP. We look at the bucket of operations and reliability, what those savings and benefits are. Obviously, just the running of the market, which I think is the most basic economic analysis that we've run in the West to date. That would be a comparable number. Also, what the transmission planning, build, those benefits to our members, and then some other benefits related to tariff scheduling and services. In addition to those quantitative benefits, however, we look at the qualitative benefits that an RTO can bring. First is the positive environmental impact. You'll see that the SPP footprint has reduced emissions by 21% since 2014. We also believe that there's a qualitative benefit of improved public policy. We help members meet their reliability goals, the renewable goals, and provide other support that we can there. And obviously there's economic development benefits from having an RTO, especially related to the transmission, being able to integrate those resources in various places within the footprint. This is a map that is probably familiar to you. You'll see our existing footprint outlined in red. And then you'll see the various goals of clean energy integration that we have in the West that vary by state. What you'll see within our existing footprint is that light blue. And those are the states that pretty early on adopted renewable portfolio standards. And what we've seen in those states is that we've been able to assist those states in meeting those goals sooner than they would have and at a price less than they would have but for the market. So we've seen a positive influence in the RTO development for those states in meeting their RPS. You'll see here really just the stark example of our success in integrating wind resources specifically in such a short amount of time. In 2008, you'll see it was only 3% of our annual energy production. And the numbers that Steve showed you a little bit earlier, 2020, it was over 30% and even higher in 2021. We're anticipating it will be higher in 2022 as well. You'll see there our most recent record in terms of serving our load with renewables was set on March 29th, 2022 with 90.2%. Wind is the majority of that, 88.5%. We have a lot of solar in our queue and some storage resources as well. But to date, wind has really been the renewable resource that we've been able to integrate into our market. Having that kind of penetration brings with it the challenge of reliability. And you'll see here one day that we had where we had a swing within 21 hours of 16 gigs related to wind. And so this requires a significant investment in forecasting tools so that we know what is coming and that we have the other resources available to fill in that gap in a short amount of time if we get this kind of swing. SPP has demonstrated its ability to do that and remains a reliable system, even given that significant penetration of wind resources. I mentioned transition planning. I want to spend just a couple of slides on this. We have directed the construction of about $10 billion in transmission upgrades in the last 10 years. And we believe and have calculated that that returns a benefit to our members of 3.5 to 1. It results in stronger interconnections and increases our reliability. And as we've mentioned numerous times, it does allow for the integration of renewable resources, which has brought lower rates within our footprint. This gives you just a quick graph on the level of transmission investment that's been made by SPP over the last few years. And again, how significant that's been for the RTO. This is one of my favorite maps because it really shows the benefit in RTO in two ways. You'll see there in the upper left, the 2008 map, and then on the bottom right, 2019. And on the very bottom, you'll see the legend as to wholesale prices within the RTO. And as we talked about in 2008, that upper graph, the only service that we were providing at that time was the real-time market. And you can see that our footprint was smaller than it is today. You can see another significant point in 2014 when we added the full RTO services and did the integrated marketplace. You can see how prices were affected by that. And then you can see as we've grown the footprint over time, how that also has contributed to lower prices. So by increasing the services provided by the RTO and expanding the footprint, both have had positive impacts on lowering the wholesale electricity prices for consumers within our footprint. I just briefly wanted to touch on our strategic plan. You'll see here the mission, the value proposition, our aspirations, strategic opportunities, and enabling capabilities. I just wanted to point out to you that one of our strategic opportunities there in green is Western expansion. And that really is the basis for so much of the work that we are doing in the West that's guiding our efforts here. It is part of our strategic plan. The board of directors has specifically approved this, as have our members. And so it's with that kind of support and this sort of vision laid out in this document that we are pursuing the different things that I believe Steve is now going to summarize for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Kara. So yeah, we will touch on the various services that we are currently providing or intend to provide in the near future. So next slide. So first thing we'll hit on is our reliability coordination service that we provide in the West. And this is a separate and distinct RC service from our RTO reliability coordinator in the East. So an RC really is the analogy of an air traffic controller of the bulk power grid. That's a great analogy because they have that wide area view. They have advanced tools to help them predict and see what's coming in the very near term. And they're able to coordinate with many entities, as was discussed earlier during the summer heat storm. Actually, our RC was involved with that in helping work with the entities under our footprint, be able to provide emergency energy to California. Next slide. So this is a map, as I mentioned, we'll be building on this map. So you'll see the, at least it's kind of orange on my screen. footprint, that is our RC footprint in the west. And again, we're also a reliability coordinator for our entire RTO in the east. You'll see the crosshatch section up in Montana. The reason that's crosshatched is because there's also tariff services provided there. That's WAPA Upper Great Plains system. Next slide. Next thing I'd like to touch on real quick is our Western Energy Imbalance Service. Next slide. So basically, it's a contract service, and it provides just that real-time energy imbalance market for 2 balancing authorities and 8 market participants. So basically, WAPA's Western Area Colorado, Missouri, and Western Area Upper West balancing authorities, total of about 4 gigawatts of load when we went live with this. Since then, we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. We've seen some addition. In August of this year, we added Colorado Springs Utilities. They joined the Wacom Balancing Authority and the WICE for a total of 5 gigawatts. And next April, we'll be bringing on the Public Service of Colorado Balancing Authority area to include Platte River, Black Hills Energy, and Public Service of Colorado. And that will bring the market footprint up to about 13.5 gigawatts. So great growth. And every time we add to it, the market becomes that much more efficient and robust. This is a shot of our energy imbalance service footprint. Much the same, but not completely the same as our RC footprint. And you'll notice it does go all the way down and touch Arizona. That is the Colorado River Storage Project transmission system. Next slide. Now we'll go ahead and touch on the West RTO services that we're working on. Next slide. So before the Western Energy Imbalance Service even went live, which was February of 21, in November of 2020, the WICE entities at that time approached the RTO and wanted to begin to investigate full RTO membership. There are several that might remember the Mountain West effort that ultimately failed. This was different and is different than that, in that the goal this time around was to just simply join the RTO with minimal changes, the very minimal changes required to make that happen. That was accomplished from a terms and conditions standpoint. I'll go ahead and go to the timeline. Next slide. Oh, not quite. Back up one, Kara. Sorry, I thought we had the timeline in there. There we go. You'll notice all the red here. That's already been accomplished. So we worked through some initial terms and conditions. Essentially, there was 13 terms and conditions. Some of those were as simple as needing to add additional seats on the members committee or regional state committee, figuring out how we're going to set something up in the West, et cetera. One outstanding item that took a little bit to figure out was the DC ties. That took us about an extra year. We did complete that in July of this year. We got board approval for that last set of terms and conditions. So now we are working with those interested parties to help give them the information they need to move through their various public processes and be ready to sign commitment agreements to move forward by Q1 of next year. Assuming that all goes well, we will be going live sometime in 2025. Next slide. So I want to talk a minute about DC ties. The strategic enabler to be able to operate a single RTO across 2 interconnections with 2 separate balancing authorities is DC tie capacity. As you know, we have a distinct interconnection in the west from the east. We'll be leveraging 3 of these DC ties to facilitate RTO operation to begin with. As was discussed earlier, when we're looking at various studies in the West that show the benefit of a single RTO or various RTO footprints across the West, one thing that hasn't really been studied is the interplay between the Midwest or the SPP RTO footprint and the West. If you were to take the Pacific DC intertie, just that single intertie, and place it between Oklahoma and Four Corners, we could have avoided load shed summer of 2020 and winter of 2021. The first being in the West, the second being in the Midwest. When you run, it's publicly available data, when you look at Midwest wind and you compare it to Southwest solar, we've actually compared a year of operational data between the California ISO and the SPP integrated marketplace. It is amazing, although we know this from previous studies, but this is actual operational data. It is amazing how complementary that is when you look at diversity of time zones, et cetera. And as we continue to have these events, we're starting to call them gray swan events because they seem to be a little too often to be black swan events. Looking beyond our traditional footprints for additional resource resiliency, reliability, and frankly, just managing those stability of prices. The interplay between the wind and solar, those renewables are very complementary. Our wind blows really hard at night, and we are adding some solar, but when you add that extra 2 hours of time zone, it's that much more effective. So just something to think about as we go forward. I would encourage folks to consider looking beyond the traditional studies we've done just in the West and consider what is available right across the border. Next slide. All right, so this is the RTO West footprint. You'll notice it does not include the Public Service of Colorado Balancing Authority area currently. They are not currently looking to pursue the RTO at this time. However, it does include the rest of the original WISE participants and the addition of Colorado Springs. Next slide. So touch just a minute here on the Western Resource Adequacy Program. Next slide. And you'll hear more about this, I believe, here in a few minutes. But just quickly, SPP worked with the Western Power Pool to develop the program and then was chosen to be the program operator for RAP. So RAP is currently working through its phase process. Again, I won't spend much time here because I know you will hear more about it here shortly. Next slide. Just know at a high level, we will be working as a program operator to provide all these functions. So loss of load expectation, calculating cost of new entry, administering the forward showing and operational programs. We will be providing the tools that do that based on Western Power Pool's policy and governance. Next slide. So when you put it all together, this is what the map looks like with everything overlaid on top of itself. So you can see that we currently are providing one or more services in every state in the West. And we are looking forward to continuing to bolster our services as we go forward. Next slide. And I will turn it over to Kara to talk about Markets Plus.
Thanks, Steve. We're going to conclude with this, and then we'll be happy to take any questions that you have. We launched Markets Plus late last year, about this time, and we really thought these 8 topics on the screen today were the ones that we needed to address to develop the Markets Plus offering. So we have spent this last year working on each of those through various forms. Many were part of a design team where we leveraged stakeholders to help us lead those groups. Lots of webinars, some 2-day in-person meetings to develop this. And we're going to walk through some of these major issues pretty briefly and then answer any questions. I know governance is a big issue for everyone. This is the basic schematic of what the governance structure looks like for Markets Plus. And I should mention that as a contract service, like the WISE market and the RC services that we're providing, they all have an independent, autonomous governance structure from the RTO. It was only those slides that Steve talked about with the RTO that share the same governance structure with the existing RTO. The other 3 contract services have developed their own autonomous, independent governance structures. And this is the one that we've developed for Markets Plus after a lot of work. You'll see there at the top our independent SPP Board of Directors. Obviously, the Markets Plus market will be operated by SPP. The funds needed to develop it will be expended by SPP. Everybody who's working on it is employed by SPP. And so obviously the corporate board of directors is an important part of this. However, we have a second layer of independence for the governance structure within Markets Plus, which is the Markets Plus Independent Panel. It will be made up of 5 individuals. One will be an existing SPP board member. but the other 4 will be elected through a sector-based nominating process that you'll see on the left there in gray. We're looking for people with market experience, obviously Western experience, and that is a level of independence. They will have the final say on all things strictly related to Markets Plus. If there are some corporate sort of issues that need to be determined, those will go up to the SPP Board of Directors, but only after a vote and consideration at the MIP. Below that is the Participants Committee, where participants will view any proposals from a working group or a task force. They will vote on that through a process that's laid out within our service offering. And then obviously very important on the right is our Markets Plus State Committee, where a member, a representative from every state, it could be a commission, it could be a governor's office, energy office, whatever that state determines is the best way, the best representation for their state on that. They have broad authority to review anything a working group is doing. They will have input both at the MPEC and the MIP, and obviously can address the Board of Directors as well. So a very strong role for states in the independent autonomous governance structure for Markets Plus. The transmission and availability design team was another significant component of the Markets Plus design offering. You'll see there the major issues there. We use these dashboards throughout this process all year. You can see the color coding on the right. And because we issued this service offering on September 30th, they all had to be ready. So that's why they're all this bright yellow. But as we went through this, they had different colors so we could keep our stakeholders advised on where we thought we were in the process. Similarly with the market design dashboard, and I apologize for any confusion of those 2 being outlined. That's just a mistake on our part. There's no reason to highlight those differently than the others. But you can see here the number of issues that were involved in market design. One that I think is probably of particular interest is the greenhouse gas component. There's a tracking component as well as a market component. So a lot of detailed information, a lot of work went into the market design aspects that you can see here on your screen. A little more detail on the GHG, our proposed approach. We went through a lot of stakeholder input on this. We did land on a zonal approach. And you'll see here some of the basic indications of how that will work. I should note that this is just a screenshot of a presentation that we did earlier. So I don't want to imply any sort of support about this from PowerX or certainly from Western Resource Advocates. This is just a screenshot. So they probably should have taken those off for any attribution. Obviously, the market monitoring component is important as well. We presented a lot of information about those options on April 27th in an extensive webinar, whether that would be external, internal, or a hybrid model. We discussed this through a panel discussion at our in-person meeting in June in Denver. We then asked for written comments. We used a template for that to try to get a good sense of where people were on those 3 options and other issues related to the market monitoring component. Those comments were due on July 15th and showed that stakeholders, the majority of stakeholders did prefer an internal model. And so that's what we've included in the service offering. So here's kind of where we are with Markets Plus. We issued, as I mentioned, our draft service offering on September 30th. We are now in a written comment period. Comments are due on October 28th. There will be an in-person meeting in Denver all day the 15th and half day the 16th in November, where we will present a summary of those comments, show reactions to those, have additional discussion about changes that need to be made. And then as soon as SPP can incorporate those changes based on comments, we'll issue the final service offering. Again, this will not include market protocols or tariff language, but it is the broad summary of what this market will look like. Then we launch into our commitment to investigate phase, which we're calling phase 1 in Q1 of 2023. I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail here in a moment. That phase will really be done to conduct a stakeholder process to develop the market protocols, the tariff language, everything that we need to file at FERC for approval. And then once there's FERC approval, we go into execution of participant agreements, which would result in funding implementation of that market. So here's just another way to look at how we're looking at this from an incremental approach on the 2 phases. BPA indicated earlier that they have already committed, as have several other entities, to financially supporting this phase 1, which will be the tariff development. And then we'll look at potential phase 2 costs as well. The overall timeline is here. We are at the bottom of step 2 by issuing that service offering. Step 3 will really be next year and part of 2024 to develop the FERC filing process, the market protocols, governing documents, et cetera. and that will be through SPP's committed, inclusive, transparent stakeholder process that we are known for. Then we will seek our board approval and then go to FERC, and then we would launch the markets sometime after probably 18 months to 2 years after we get FERC approval. So that was probably a lot of information. Obviously, you'll have the presentation as a reference if you have any other questions. We're happy to answer anything that you might want to ask us today, or certainly can follow up with us at any time following the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Farnstrom, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate the presentation. I have some questions as well, but I want to give the committee members an opportunity to ask any questions if they had any. And I'll go up to Carson City first and see if any of our committee members or task force members up in Carson City have any questions. I see a hand from a tiny little picture that is blonde. Unfortunately, I can't really see who it is.
Hey, Chair, it's Rebecca Wagner.
Ms. Wagner, please go ahead.
Thank you, Steve and Kara, for the presentation. I have some clarifying questions and trying to wrap my head around timelines and the connection between RTO West and Markets Plus. So I'm going to start with RTO West with some quick questions on that. The 6 entities in Colorado who have already verbally committed to the RTO, are those consumer-owned or are any of those investor-owned utilities?
There are no investor-owned utilities in this first tranche.
So do you anticipate any modifications to the RSC in the east to, even though these are consumer-owned, will Colorado have a seat on the RSC for the RTO?
Yes, actually, yes. Actually, there are 4 states that will be eligible for RSC membership if they choose to take their seat. Montana, Utah, Colorado, and Wyoming will all be offered a seat on the RSC. Early indications, as we talk to those commissions, or most of them would like to do that. Utah, for example, based on the issue that you raised, their invitation would be based on Deseret's participation in the RTO West. And while they have some jurisdiction over Deseret, it's fairly limited. And so they have indicated, at least preliminarily, that they may not take a seat on the RSC because they don't want to create the perception that they have more jurisdiction over Deseret than they do. But we anticipate the other 3 states will take a seat on the RSC.
I think your mic might be off.
Sorry about that. So it'll be the same RSC. You're not going to have separate RSCs for Western and Eastern Interconnect.
Correct.
Okay. In 2023, next year, beginning of next year, y'all will be doing, you'll be asking for a commitment from those entities that have already indicated that they were going forward or interested in RTO West, and then thinking of launching the market in the West in 2025. Is that the right timeline?
Yes.
So is there going to be any, I mean, going to the question about the interties, what's the timeline on evaluating and what type of investments would be needed to be made to really make those available and useful for the Western Interconnect?
This is a question on the DC tie interties.
Yes.
Yes. So, of course, that map I showed exists today. So we currently have 1,320 megawatts available bidirectional. So it's essentially double that. And of that, 510 megawatts will be used for RTO purposes. So essentially, there's a DC tie owned by Tri-State and Basin Electric, and then 2 ties owned by the Western Area Power Administration. Those will be turned over to the RTO for operation. Beyond that, if we start talking about some large capacity, like I mentioned, that is something that folks are starting to talk about, but there's nothing that's completely materialized beyond some DOE conversations and potentially some private capital maybe looking at that. But there are spots on the grid that make a lot of sense in the West, Colstrip, for example. Once that power plant goes down in Montana, Four Corners, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of coal shutting down with a large AC transmission infrastructure left behind. And there's others in the middle. We are not studying that yet until we have a footprint where regional transmission planning would be prudent. It is essentially left up to private entities and or states, other entities to look at that. That said, we would participate with information to the extent we could, be very interested in those types of discussions.
Thanks, Steve. That's helpful.
I would
And then,
also note, Ms. Wagner, that there was a really lengthy stakeholder process related to these DC ties that Steve led. It was more than a year, and I don't know if Steve, if you want to talk about it a little bit, but I just want to be clear that we spent a ton of time on this issue between the East and the West, really working through how this would work in bringing in the legacy assets, and then how cost allocation would work for any investments going forward. So I just want to be clear that we've really looked at this at a lot of depth, and it took a lot of compromise to get this issue through the board in July.
Yeah, thanks, Kara. I was reflecting back to the one slide I presented. So that is a great point. We spent about 14 months working out cost allocation for the DC ties, the legacy DC ties, and how we would manage the congestion rents allocation across the DC ties. The legacy ties are a little trickier because historically we have not regionally cost allocated any legacy assets. Whatever you bring into the RTO is in your own transmission revenue requirement. The assumption is, and this is just an assumption, that likely a DC line or DC tie would be at least a major portion of it fall into a regional cost allocation bucket. So specific to the RTO, those studies would kick off essentially as soon as we get into our first planning process to see what that looks like. But the broader footprint, like I was talking about, that's really what I was referring to earlier. So thank you, Kara, for that, getting me straightened out on the clarification.
And then, Chair, if I just want to try to make the linkage with, so Markets Plus, you're wrapping up the market design and governance now. And in the first quarter of 2023, there's a financially binding commitment, I think is what the terminology was. What does that, is that the cost benefit study? Is this where the utilities can identify the value proposition so that when they can share that with their regulators? I mean, what is that financially binding commitment mean? And what do you mean by binding? Like once you're in, you're in?
So I think there'll be additional information provided on this. We have a webinar scheduled in early November to talk through the details of this, and there'll be more information in the final service offering that's issued in November as well. But in the draft service offering, we've estimated the cost of phase one to be $9.7 million and take 21 months. We intend to leverage components of the proposed governance structure in this phase to develop the market protocols, the remaining governing documents, the tariff language, so that MPEC, that participants committee, would be stood up, likely working groups would be stood up. And then we would use our governance process, and those that have made that financial commitment would have the ability to participate with a voting structure. That's not to say others would not be able to participate. We have a robust and inclusive stakeholder process. So anybody can take the mic anytime and give us their thoughts. But our thinking is that we would leverage the governance structure with potential participants in the way that we would as it would run. So those entities that commit to the financial component of this would get votes within that governance structure. The webinar that I just mentioned in November will walk through in a bit more detail what the cost allocation of that 9.7 million looks like, and how that will work. So, and we do anticipate perhaps some fine tuning of that number and the timeline in the service offering that we issue in mid-November.
Okay, that's
Steve, I don't know if you want to add anything to that or if I hit the high points.
I think you hit it.
Thanks, Kara. That's super helpful. And then just thinking about, like, Nevada has legislation that NV Energy has to join an RTO by 2030. We have off-ramps in 2027. But as I look at, the day-ahead market is the next, like, thing to think about is bringing benefits to customers. But Markets Plus is a separate governance than RTO West. So how do you envision these two migrating together somehow, or you're in Markets Plus and then you decide, hey, this is working out really well, we're gonna transition or migrate into RTO West? I'm trying to figure out how that would work if Markets Plus is the next stop and then ultimately an entity needs to get to RTO West. They have separate governance structures and different value propositions. How are you envisioning that so we can kind of see the big picture?
Well, as Steve mentioned when he talked about the RTO expansion that we're looking at today, anytime that happens in the Eastern interconnection and now in the Western interconnection, there's a process that is triggered within SPP's governance structure to look at any potential changes that need to be made to accommodate these new members. Steve mentioned in the West RTO expansion, there were 13 terms and conditions that were brought to the board in July of 2021 to accommodate the new membership. The additional change came with the DC tie that we just talked about for July of 2022. So that process would be triggered by entities indicating that they wanted to join the RTO, and there would be discussions about whether changes needed to be made in the RTO governance structure to integrate those new members. I would note that while it is separate and autonomous and independent, the Markets Plus governance structure has a lot of components that are similar to how the RTO functions. And some of that was by design to make sure that the concepts that are super important within SPP are incorporated into Markets Plus while giving all the deference that we possibly can to Western stakeholders about what they want to see in a governance model. So the process would involve discussions about whether changes would be requested, and then obviously would go through the governance process or the stakeholder process to determine whether there was agreement about presenting those as part of the expansion efforts.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Ms. Wagner?
Yeah, it does. I was just trying, there was the piece of that I was just trying to figure out is what it looks like when one migrates from Markets Plus to RTO West, and Kara did a great job answering that, so thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions up in Carson City from the task force members in Carson City? It doesn't appear that we do. What about members down here in Las Vegas? Ms. Barbash?
Thank you, Chair Brooks, and thank you, Kara and Steve. I want to ask a clarifying question. I think I know the answer, but for those of us on the committee that aren't knee-deep in participating in these day-ahead market potential offerings, like my staff is at NV Energy, Ms. Wagner asked a question about the Q1 2023 financial commitment, and I just want to, isn't it correct that that is really a service offering from Markets Plus will come out in November, this coming November? NV Energy's busy writing comments on the latest proposal, but when that service offering comes out, isn't it the process where the participants will have the opportunity to review that for a few months? And then in January, that financial commitment is really to have a seat and a voting right at the table for tariff language drafting and further development of the proposal. But even if an entity does not participate in that, they can still join the Markets Plus day-ahead market as long as they're happy with the outcome of that process, correct? And not to say, I mean, NV Energy has the intention to participate in all offerings to make the best decision for the state or recommendation. But is my understanding of that process and that financial commitment correct? That it's not the door closing, but it is a seat. It is a decision to have a seat at the table for further development.
That's correct. And I would also add that just because an entity would decide to participate in phase one does not mean they're making a commitment to join the market when it launches in phase two. So both commitments are separate.
Thank you.
Ms. Trini-Lloyd?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. And actually, Ms. Barbash asked the question that I was going to ask, but I do have a follow-up question on another matter. Relative to membership, and I believe in one of the slides you showed the composition of the membership in SPP, excuse me, because of the introduction that the chair gave earlier about the import of batteries and demand response and maintaining the reliability of the Western grid through that stressful period in September, I didn't notice those as members of that of your stakeholder list, and I'm just curious to ask that question about how you're looking at the changing composition of the electricity grid and new market participants and how they get considered in the membership with either your Markets Plus or the RTO West.
So I would note a couple things about SPP's process. We have, as you mentioned, quite a diverse group. There are many developers that are working on a lot of co-located battery storage within the SPP footprint. There are others. If you notice, there was 14 independent transmission companies that are members. And these large retail customers I mentioned themselves are looking at these things. So when you're looking at for quarter 22, which is driving a lot of this type of what I call smaller scale integration. Point being is FERC is looking at this, and we have to respond to these things. We do have entities bringing these things to the table as part of the GI process or proposed projects that we are studying. So, but beyond that, I just want to mention that anyone can participate in our process. Our meetings are all public and open. We've had entities that have participated for years before they became an actual member of SPP. So it's a very open and inclusive process to be able to discuss these types of things. But the reality is, if somebody brings a project to the table through one of our planning processes, it will be looked at. And Kara, I don't know if you wanted to touch on the governance side a little more or not.
I think you addressed it.
Okay, and maybe I would just ask a follow-up question relative to your response, which is understanding you have an open stakeholder process. I guess the other part of that is the voting process and having a voice in making decisions with RTO West or with Markets Plus. So can you speak to that element? Is there a place for those types of resources in voting within your structure?
So within the RTO, membership, gets voting rights, and so you can become a member in the RTO by paying a $6,000 annual fee, and then you are eligible to participate in various components of the stakeholder process within the RTO in terms of voting. As Steve said, anybody can participate, but voting rights come with membership. The governance structure within the RTO is expansive. We didn't show any of that today, but there are tons of opportunities for members to be serving on working groups and other stakeholder components within the RTO. The Markets Plus governance structure has a category of stakeholders called Markets Plus market stakeholders. And those MMS, we call them, are eligible for voting rights on the MPEC working groups if they get appointed, task force in the nominating committee. They pay a $5,000 annual fee to get that sort of status in terms of voting rights. So
Thank
anybody
you.
can do that within the RTO or within Markets Plus.
Thank you for your answers. And just for full disclosure, we are a market participant in SPP currently. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Lathoris.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. So my question is also regarding the membership slide on slide 12 and also a little bit of slide 22 talking about regional planning and grid modernization. My question is, to what extent have you engaged with or included federally recognized tribes within your areas in terms of either membership, regional planning, or grid modernization?
So that's a great question. You know, I know indirectly through WAPA, right? There's a large tribal customer base within WAPA that they have engaged. But I would have to go back and ask. I'm not 100% sure, but maybe Kara has that answered.
I don't. We can certainly follow up on that.
Thank you.
So I have a few questions, and they were mostly kind of inspired by some of the previous questions and answers. But one is, and I want to build upon what Mr. Lathoris just talked about, like the representation of tribes and communities, whatever those communities might be, that might be impacted by the decisions made by any of the governance structure, whether it's in a Western RTO or Markets Plus. And so if like, and I'll stick with Markets Plus because I think, you know, just to me, obviously that's like the baby step towards the Western RTO. And if things didn't go just great in a Markets Plus scenario, I don't think we'd go any further. And so I'll stick with that. So we talked about, and earlier questions about the governance structure and voting rights within Markets Plus. And so it looks like the ultimate kind of like the buck stops with the SPP Board of Directors. So if are all decisions going to be up for a vote, and would it be a majority vote, and is it one member, one vote? Is it SRP style, the more land you got and the more power you use, the more votes you get? Or is it like one member, one vote, $5,000 is your ticket to ride? So how is that going to work? Will in a situation like with tribal representation, would a tribe then be able, if a tribe was in the footprint of the Markets Plus program, would the tribe then get one vote? Would multiple tribes get multiple votes? So I'm just trying to walk through some like potential scenarios there.
In the Markets Plus context, there are two categories that you're kind of referring to there. It's market participants and market stakeholders. And those entities, they would have a representative on the MPEC, the participants committee, the working groups, et cetera. So any tribe that wanted to join as an MMS, pay the $5,000, would be considered a Markets Plus market stakeholder and be included as a voting member of these governance structures. You then sort of talked about the MIP and then the board. Those are completely separate. Both the independent panel and the FPP board members are required to be completely independent of any Markets Plus participant. They can't have any ties at all to those. So that's a separate vote. The participants and stakeholders on the MPEC will make recommendations to the MIP. If it's a Markets Plus exclusive issue, the MIP alone will vote, one person, one vote, simple majority vote. So 3 out of those 5 would carry a proposal. If it's a Markets Plus specific exclusive issue, that's the position that will be filed at FERC. SPP will be directed to file that. If it's an issue that implicates the organization, a staffing issue, the requirement of issuing a debt, something that's material, and this is all laid out in much more detail within our service offering, but those are the broad categories. It would then go to the SPP Board of Directors as an agenda item with a recommendation from the MIP about their action. So they would vote on it. It may have to go to the MIP, or I'm sorry, to the SPP board The way that we do that within the WISE, for example, that comes to the SPP board oftentimes in a consent agenda item. It would depend on what the issue was. But I just want to be very clear that we're separating out participants and stakeholders from the independent board members, both at the MIP and the SPP board level.
Okay, thank you. So the stakeholders and participants, they basically just get input to the MIP, and the MIP makes the final vote, and it's a 3 out of 5 majority vote. Am I hearing that correctly?
There is a voting structure. Sorry, there is a voting structure within the MPEC, which is where participants and stakeholders vote on issues. So there's a voting structure. It's 3 different categories. It's a bit complicated, but it is spelled out what those categories are, and it requires a supermajority with the MPEC to approve something, and that's simply a recommendation to the MIP, and that's where the authority lies, is within the MIP, and then potentially within the board, depending on what the issue is.
Okay, so who's the MIP? Who appoints them? Where do they come from? And how are they independent from the stakeholders or the participants?
So on the schematic that I showed, those were the gray boxes on the left. There's a nominating committee that's sector-based, made up of 11 representatives. And then every market participant and market stakeholder meets at what we call the MIP forum to vote on the recommendations from that nominating committee. Within the service offering, there are spelled out what those qualifications are: market experience, independence, as required by FERC, some code of conduct things that SPP has. So there are some qualifications there within the service offering of who those are, but they will go through a thorough and comprehensive nominating process with a national search firm, similar to how SPP conducts their board searches, looking for highly qualified people with knowledge necessary to serve on the MIP. Several of our participants have suggested they'd like that additional qualification of Western experience. So that may be something that gets added in phase 1 next year. Other issues are being considered for qualifications issues for MIP as well.
Okay, so I understand the MIP nominating committee and the MIP. What about the MIP selection forum? So we have participants and stakeholders are in that selection forum. And then you need a supermajority out of the selection forum to approve a MIP member. Is that correct? You need a supermajority out of the forum to get to?
At the MIP forum, it's a simple majority. Within
Simple
the
majority.
MPEC, it's a supermajority, yes.
Okay, and so out of the selection forum, now would our technology providers who are a member, would our tribes who are stakeholders, would they be a voting member on the selection forum?
Yes.
One member, one vote?
Correct. If you are a Markets Plus market participant or a Markets Plus market stakeholder, having paid the $5,000 fee, you have a vote at the forum.
Okay, so that is where, input's one thing, but actual ability to control the outcomes, that's where the ability to control the outcomes of who the MIP members would be is at that forum, and that's made up of stakeholders and participants, one member, one vote.
Correct.
After you've paid your fee okay, got it.
As a stakeholder, market participants don't pay a fee. They're obviously in the market.
Because they're in the market and they've already paid, they've paid quite a bit, which leads me to my next question. Is that going to slide 50, the financial commitment stage of the Markets Plus process. And I'm just going to, I don't know of anything, and I'm not implying anything. I'm going to use a hypothetical. NV Energy, for instance. Let's say they want to be Markets Plus participant. At what point do they, I think it's slide 50, at what point do they pay and how much? And what's that based on? What's that calculation based on?
So
and then I got to ask another question of how it's recovered.
As I mentioned, for phase 1, what we have in the draft service offering is an estimate of $9.7 million that will be paid by participants that want to participate in phase 1. We tend to include an estimate of the cost for phase 2, actual integration and implementation of the market. So that data will be coming.
So 9.7 flat.
Your question there.
Is that a one-time payment just to stand up?
There are provisions if the timeline is extended for certain purposes, there may be a monthly run rate, for example, to be charged depending on the process. Just continue to support the staff that's been hired by SPP to prepare these documents. There are travel expenses, meeting expenses, et cetera. Those are kind of the big components, mostly staff are the big components of that phase one budget.
But it's not based on numbers of transactions, volume of trading, or volume of transactions, or energy, or footprint, or anything like that. It's just basically a one member, one cost kind of a scenario.
Well, there isn't any transaction in phase one. We're still trying to develop the product and developing the
I guess it would be anticipated at that point anyways. Okay. All right, cool.
So that component of what you're talking about would be part of how the market costs would be allocated once the market is operating.
Okay, great.
And that'll be developed during that phase one process, during tariff and protocol development. And I would also note that we have a webinar on November 1st to address this exact issue, phase one funding, and what that looks like, and how that will actually be divvied up amongst the participants that come in.
Great. And I think offline, I'll ask NV Energy and the Public Utilities Commission how they envision a potential $9.7 million being recovered. Like, just curious, like what the mechanism would be for the recovery of that. But that is a different conversation for a different day. That really, I think, addresses all of my questions, because like I said, I want to kind of stay focused on Markets Plus and go to the big picture later. Ms. Barbash, did you have a further comment or question?
Just one follow-up for clarification. The $9.7 million for developmental purposes in phase one, that is divvied up between all the participants in Markets Plus, right? And can you explain the allocation methodology for that 9.7?
So again, we'll be hitting that on November 1st. To be perfectly honest, we are still working on what we would propose. And of course, there'll be some interaction between November 1st and the 15th and 16th. By the 15th and 16th, we will be making a proposal on how we want to allocate those costs. So we're right in the middle of the sausage making process. I mean, there's been discussions about some sort of a House and Senate type charge where it's, half of everybody pays the same, half is, load based, something like that. But we have not nailed that down yet, to be perfectly honest. Again, we will be making a proposal on November 1st, see what feedback we get, and then we will have that in the final proposal.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. I was a little confused on that point, so thanks for clarifying that. Anybody else on the committee have any questions? All right. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that presentation, and that was really helpful for me. And obviously, that presentation is online, and it's on the Governor's Office of Energy website for anyone who wants to look at that or refer back to it later. Thank you for your presentation this morning, and we will move on. We now can move on to, if there's no other questions, we can move on to the next agenda item. And our next agenda item, and again, we're taking things a little out of order, will be a presentation from the Western Power Pool, which we refer to as WPP in our world of acronyms here in this business. And it's an introduction and history of WPP. And I believe we have Ryan Roy making that presentation this morning, and I see him on the not so big screen. And so, Mr. Roy, you can go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning, and thank you all for our opportunity to participate in this discussion. Hopefully you are seeing my presentation on the screen here.
Yes, sir, we are. Thank you.
Great. So I'm Ryan Roy. I'm the Director of Technology Modeling and Analytics at the Western Power Pool. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about our organization, the Western Power Pool, as well as the Western Resource Adequacy Program that we have been working on, of which NV Energy has been participating in the design. So we're going to talk a little bit about the organization as a whole, provide you some background. So the Western Power Pool provides a range of valuable grid integration and coordination services to its customers. We'll talk a little bit more about sort of the footprint as a whole, but just wanted to provide an overview of the services that we are providing. Our focus today will be the Western Resource Adequacy Program. It is where we're going to be a FERC jurisdictional public utility, but we will touch lightly on some of the other services that we offer. So we offer a reserve and frequency response sharing. We have a training platform that provides CEUs, continuing education units for system operators and staff of utility, Northern Grid transmission planning for those that have a FERC Order 1000 requirement. We do a significant amount of hydro modeling in support of, as the gentleman from BPA mentioned, the Columbia River Treaty, the Pacific Northwest Coordination Agreement, do some transmission study cost work, as well as the Western Resource Adequacy Program. So a brief history of the organization. We were established in 1941 by 6 investor-owned utilities. As Steve from SPP mentioned, sort of largely in response to gearing up for wartime activities. We're primarily focused on hydro coordination in support of the Columbia River Treaty and the Pacific Northwest Coordination Agreement. Those started in the 1960s. We have a very large storage hydro resource stack in the Pacific Northwest, and it was really about coordination of those hydro resources to maximize regional benefit. We established an informal reserve sharing program in the 1970s, added the Transmission Planning Committee in 1990. Up to this point, this was largely done with borrowed staff from our member organizations. In 1999, we transitioned to full-time staff. Really sort of the first, large systems undertaking was fully automating the reserve sharing program in 2002. We're a certified CEU provider as of 2005 and a fully automated training platform as of 2014. In 2019, we initiated the Western Resource Adequacy Program effort, or WRAP, staying with our acronym soup here. So sort of a brief history of the organization. We're headquartered in Portland, Oregon, a relatively small organization of around 20 folks. So there's been a lot of questions about governance, and I want to talk a little bit about that, particularly as it relates to our transition into this Western Resource Adequacy Program. So our governance here at the Western Power Pool is in a time of transition. WRAP is going to be a FERC jurisdictional program. In order to support that, the WPP needs to become a public utility per the Federal Power Act in order to administer that tariff, the Western Resource Adequacy Program tariff. That requires a couple things. We need a fully independent board. Currently, our board is semi-independent. They have no oversight or governance of the non-FERC jurisdictional programs. So it's important to note our reserve sharing program, our work under transmission planning, the hydro modeling, none of these are FERC jurisdictional programs. So we have a semi-independent, self-perpetuating board. Largely the committees and agreement members sort of manage that work at the committee level, with the WPP board having oversight of the WPP organization, staffing, entering into agreements, but they don't have day-to-day management of those existing committees. That's going to change with the addition of the Western Resource Adequacy Program. The WPP is going to act as the WRAP program administrator. We will be administering the tariff, managing the independent board. And as you heard from Steve and Kara, we have partnered with the Southwest Power Pool, both on design of the RA program, as well as sort of day-to-day administration of the operation of that program with SPP, acting as the program operator. They're going to perform technical operations of the program, and you saw this on their slide, the forward showing, the operations program, after the fact compliance of the forward showing, and some data collection. They also have an officer that will serve as an advisor to our board of directors. So, what does it mean for the Western Power Pool to act as a public utility? So we need a fully independent board of directors. So following FERC approval of the tariff, we have filed, we're expecting or hoping for an answer by mid-December, and critical mass commitment by participants. Currently, we are funded through the end of the year. We are asking our participants to make a commitment, sort of minimum 2-year commitment to the program at the end of the year. If we get both FERC approval and sort of critical mass of participants, we would transition our currently semi-independent self-perpetuating board to a fully independent board. We have a nominating committee that is working on that process currently. They have offered a slate, which our existing board will vote on very soon. They're also going to oversee the pre-existing WPP functions. So, the board of directors, obviously their role codified in the tariff. What are they going to be doing? They're going to direct the WPP to file tariff changes under the Federal Power Act, Section 205. This is probably of interest to you folks. There are certain types of major changes to the RAP tariff and scope that can't happen without a supermajority approval of our participant committee. And one of those things would be forming a regional transmission organization. Obviously, you've heard in the West here about the incremental approach to these things. There was strong support from our participant committee to stand up a standalone resource adequacy program, but they did have concerns about sort of the board taking steps to, one, either transform itself into a market provider or a regional transmission organization. That is something that the board could not do unilaterally. Final authority for approval or rejection on all proposed tariff changes, and they can propose tariff changes to be considered in the stakeholder process. So we have a stakeholder process, and we'll talk a little bit about this, a program review committee made up of membership of roughly 20 folks, representative of participants, stakeholders, et cetera. That's sort of where the ideas for the RAP program are funneled into. We have a participant committee made up of those entities that have a compliance obligation in the program, our load responsible entities. They have an ability to approve or deny proposed changes that go to the board, but they do not have the final say. A final say on the program and tariff administration rests with our board of directors. We do have a sector representative nominating committee to nominate the board. So currently that process is underway. It's made up not only of participants in our program, but stakeholders, public interest organizations, et cetera. So we wanted broad representation for those folks putting forth a slate for our independent board. RAP participation is a bit interesting. This is a completely voluntary program, so there is no manner by which the program itself can compel participation. So it's completely voluntary by load responsible entities. The LRE is the primary entity responsible for meeting the RA requirements. Their focus is program rights, responsibility, and compliance. When they sign up for the program, they'll sign up for our Western Resource Adequacy Agreement. It's a pro forma agreement, and that's filed in the RAP tariff. Obviously, for folks like Bonneville, we have PowerX acting on behalf of BC Hydro. Those folks will have a non-conforming agreements filed, given the unique nature of their situations. What does this do? They fund the cost of administering the program and sit on the RA Participants Committee. So there was a discussion previously about how is this funded. The administrative cost of this program will be funded in two ways. A flat charge not to exceed roughly $58,000 for each load responsible entity, and then a maximum $1 per megawatt rate based on P50 load. So sort of, similar to what you might see otherwise. Those entities that are have a larger proportion of the compliance requirement based on load pay a larger amount of the administrative costs. Exit like entry is voluntary. And so, when you're thinking about a forward procured resource adequacy program with potential cost of new entry penalties, that's a potential significant, financial interest for folks. We wanted to set up exit provisions like entry provisions, make them voluntary with 24 months in advance. There is shorter notice provisions for extenuating circumstances on a case-by-case basis, or in case of significant reduction of peak load under certain conditions. So we really want to make sure where, costs are allocated appropriately, that one of our larger or several of our larger participants don't leave, causing an undue cost burden on others. So we've tried to be thoughtful about both entry and exit provisions. Exit is also allowed, for example, if there's a RAPSI supermajority vote that allows the board of directors to file significant changes to the tariff. Our participants were very concerned about sort of signing up under the tariff and then being mandated for something like market or RTO participation. And so to the extent that there are significant changes to that tariff, then there would be an opportunity to exit. We anticipate some non-standard exit provisions for the federal entity, and that's really due to their specific statutory requirements. So that would be a BPA. We currently are having discussions with WAPA, although they are not an existing participant. So talk a little bit about the stakeholder engagement process and transparency here. So we have a sector-based nominating committee to nominate the board of directors. We also have a sector-based program review committee. And this is really the workhorse for program design reviews and updates. All of the changes, even if directed by the board of directors, goes through our program review committee. So that'll be 20 folks made up of obviously load responsible entities, PIOs, public interest organizations, consumer advocates. So we'll have a seat on that. And these are open to the public as well. So everybody has an ability to input, provide comments at the program review committee and also at the board of directors. We do have a committee of state representatives. Very similar to the SPP framework or the BOSSR if you're familiar with the energy imbalance market. This is one rep from each state or province that regulates one or more participants. It does not necessarily have to be a commission. It could be an energy advisory office, etc. We are having open meetings for the RAPSI and the board of directors when making decisions about the RAP. This is, I think, standard practice, materials provided in advance to stakeholders and the public. We really like to say sort of everybody and their grandma or grandpa is welcome to show up, provide us feedback on the program. The program review committee's process for review of design recommendations includes public comment. And so because all of these program changes are sort of sourced at the program review committee, there's really an ability for anybody and everybody to provide feedback on design changes, changes to the tariff. We really wanted to sort of maintain an open and transparent stakeholder process. Although we are not a market, we're not establishing a capacity market, not establishing an RTO, we did think it was critically important that we find a place for sort of independent confirmation of one, our administration of the tariff, and two, sort of, is the design meeting the intended purposes? And so for that reason, we will have an independent evaluator. This independent evaluator is going to provide the board of directors with outside and independent assessment of program operations, accounting settlement, and design. The one thing it does not do in this case is it does not monitor our participants' compliance with the forward showing. So that will be done by WPP acting as the program administrator in partnering with SPP as the program operator. Talk a little bit about sort of how the decision-making process works. The board of directors has ultimate decision-making authority for the RAP. The RAPC, the RA Participant Committee, is going to provide advisory votes to the board of director on program changes, but those are just advisory. It is House and Senate style voting. So you do get one vote for participation, and then House is based on your P50 or 1 and 2 expected load. A 67% approval on both House and Senate tallies needed on resolutions that were approved by the PRC. So our hope and real desire is that these ideas, changes to the program, originate with the Program Review Committee, sort of broad stakeholder public participation there. That would then move to our RAPC. And the intent there, approve or deny on an advisory basis can be sent back to the PRC. When that passes, then it would be directed to the Board of Directors for ultimate approval. The PRC will provide advisory votes to the RAPC on program changes. So again, when we talked about this program, there was a real need and desire to maintain transparency, ensure that there was sort of a broad ability for stakeholders, states, and others to participate in this process. The Committee of State Representatives can compel the RAPC to engage in further discussions if they disagree. So the Committee of State Representatives will have a representative on the Participants Committee. They'll have an opportunity to participate in those discussions. They will not be able to sort of attribute, but it can really provide information to the COSR. And to the extent that there's a big disagreement, this was in lieu of 205 filing rights for the states. They can sort of compel the RAPC to come back to the table and further engage on issues where there may be disagreement. So very high level, we talked a little bit about the board. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the Western Resource Adequacy Program itself. So we can see on the map here, this is the current participation in the Western Resource Adequacy Program. This is what we're titling sort of phase 3A. We've gone through the initial design, sort of proof of concept. We've got the final design done. We filed the tariff with FERC. And these are the 26 participants that are currently part of that process. And we will be asking them to make a decision to sign up for the program, sort of subject themselves to non-binding operation under the tariff with that 2-year exit provision. A broad swath of folks here participating, stretching from BC with PowerX to our friends there in the Desert Southwest, Nevada and APS, SRP. We have investor-owned utilities, public utilities, cooperatives, as well as the independent power producers and third-party consumer choice providers. It's important to note that this was an industry-driven initiative. It was really, primarily to start folks in the Pacific Northwest coming to the table saying, there's a well-understood potential sort of resource adequacy or looming resource adequacy problem. How are we going to address that? Roughly, 65 gigs of winter load, 66 gigs of summer load. Again, participation is voluntary. Something that is really unique to this program is generally you have a resource adequacy program as a fundamental component of the RTO. And we're really doing this, absent a RTO ISO or organized market construct. We've had to leverage the existing bilateral transactions that folks are entering into today. So, sort of getting to what problem does the RAP solve? So a couple things. It's important to note that the Resource Adequacy Program implements sort of a binding forward showing 7 months in advance of the operating day. So this is really to ensure that there's sufficient capacity, adequate supply, adequate steel in the ground that is deliverable sort of well in advance of the operating day. So how do we do this? So I've talked a little bit about this binding forward showing program. So the binding forward showing program requires that entities demonstrate that they have secured their share of the regional capacity need for the upcoming season, a winter season and a summer binding season. This is done 7 months in advance. The capacity need, as Steve mentioned, is defined by a loss of load modeling. One of the real value propositions here, which has been mentioned previously, is sort of the size of the footprint. Absent California and some of our folks, PNM, Tucson, and others, PSCO, this is largely a Western Interconnect West-wide footprint. So there's going to be benefit in diversity and load from this program. We need a way to realize that diversity. So if we've safely lowered the planning reserve margin, if we get benefit of diversity of resource performance and load performance, how do we access that diversity absent an RTO or an ISO? We do that with a binding operational program. The operational program obligates members with a calculated surplus, and I'll talk a little bit about that coming up, to help those participants with a calculated deficit on the hours of highest need. There's going to be some days where your load is low, temperatures are mild, your VARs are overperforming. That sort of frees up supply that can be shared with somebody else who may have, higher temperature, low VAR performance, unexpected unit outages. So 2 parts of the program: a forward showing program, incentivize that forward procurement of capacity 7 months in advance of the binding season with a transmission requirement, and then an operational program that, unfortunately, given the incremental nature, has to leverage the bilateral market to unlock that diversity. So we're going to leverage the binding nature of that operational program together with modeled supply and load diversity to safely lower the requirement. And that requirement is the planning reserve margin. That in a group of 26 plus participants with that size of load and resources, you should be able to meet the same reliability metric at a lower planning reserve margin. That sort of provides ratepayers, customer owners, investment cost savings. We'd like to say that we're going to help inform resource selection. What is very important to note here is that state commissions and their regulated utilities maintain sort of autonomy over the IRP planning process. So we are in no way dictating resource selection. Our program is technology agnostic. We would like to accredit resources in a way that is fair, equitable, represents its contribution to mitigation of loss of load, but are in no way dictating one resource over another. That remains the strict purview of the states. But we think we can provide information to help inform that resource selection. And we hope that arrives at, on a forward basis, investment cost savings for end use customers. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the 2 key components of the forward showing program. Or the program itself, the forward showing and the operations program. So what do we do in the forward showing? We establish a regional reliability metric. So this helps us set the capacity need. And what metric are we using? We're currently using a 1 event day in 10 years loss of load expectation. So SPP on our behalf, they have a highly trained and well-educated staff and good at doing these things. We've come up with a design, a study scope. We run that loss of load model and come up with a regional reliability metric. That's a 1 event day in 10 years. We do that currently across 2 regions. So we have 2 subregions that we're modeling, the Desert Southwest and eastern side of our footprint, and the Pacific Northwest portion of the footprint. So that modeling is done on 2 separate regions to arrive at the capacity need necessary to maintain that 1 event day in 10-year metric. We've done a couple of things here. So we've applied some thoughtful analytics. We hear very frequently that the idea of planning to a gross peak, particularly with significant VAR penetration, doesn't make any sense. So we take that gross peak, that load for our footprint, we net out VAR performance, and then we've made some thoughtful assumptions about interchange, sort of looked historically at what transactions, say, for example, may leave the Pacific Northwest to support entities in California. So really, what is that load profile, including not only load, VAR performance, but interchange transaction as well, to define the hours of the greatest need. And we call those capacity critical hours. We have a 10-year data set of the top 5% net load plus interchange hours that we can look at and say, this is indicative of the hours in a given day, in a given month where we may see issues. Then, once we understand the capacity need, we have to provide accreditation or qualifying capacity contribution to the resources. So I've got a slide in a minute. We'll talk about what that looks like. We understand the need on one side, then we have to stack up capacity credits on the other to meet that need. All of this is done to define a planning reserve margin. So out of this work comes a monthly planning reserve margin for each of the subregions for our binding seasons. So we have June through September, and November through March are the binding seasons. So in each of those months, there's a planning reserve margin. Those participants in the program are required to forward procure capacity with transmission to meet that P50 load plus the planning reserve margin. And our hope is, and in theory, that planning reserve margin is much lower for folks being a part of the Western Resource Adequacy Program than it would be if they had to meet that metric individually. The showing does include a deliverability component. So it's not only important and critical that there is sufficient steel in the ground, capacity available on these hours of highest need, but that we can get those resources to load. As part of that, we've got a deliverability or transmission requirement. So the requirement is firm or conditional firm transmission, a network service allowed as well, to meet 75% of your P50 plus PRM. So when you make that forward showing, you not only have to show sufficient capacity, but you have to show that you can get that actual capacity to resources. The 75% was not a modeled solution. It was heavily negotiated. There were clearly some folks on the no deliverability requirement, quite a few more folks on 100% deliverability or transmission requirement. We needed something that we thought would keep folks at the table without sort of a significant impact on reliability. There is a requirement that you sort of firm the rest of that up prior to the operating day, but we are not making a showing or evaluating that. There is a robust exception framework. And so as many folks know, there are transmission constraints in the West. Long-term firm is not always available. There are constrained paths. So we needed to make or take into account that those situations may exist. And so there is an exception, a robust exception framework documented in our tariff that provides sort of a set of exceptions for certain conditions. So the compliance obligation in that 7 months in advance of the binding season becomes those physically firm resources to meet your P50 plus PRM, plus the transmission deliverability requirement. So capacity accreditation is something that's of interest to folks. So we'll talk a little bit about how we do that. Our wind and solar resources, that's effective load carrying capability. We've modeled both the wind and solar in zones. So we calculate the ELCC on a zonal basis, allocate that capacity credit to resources based on their individual performance in that zone. Run of river, we've actually looked at a couple different things. We started with ELCC. Based on that analysis, we've gone to something that's more deterministic. We aren't seeing significant sort of increases in building of run of river hydro, so we thought that made sense. The storage hydro, which is a large portion of our resource stack for the entire RAP footprint, we've got an offline methodology for that. Thermal, it's a UCAP method, so we're calculating an adjusted effective forest outage factor. Short-term storage, we are moving to ELCC for that, particularly with the addition of the folks in the Desert Southwest. They have brought sort of a plethora of short-term storage into our resource stack, so we've tried to shore up the way that we're accrediting that particular resource. Hybrid resource, there's currently not a co-optimization of the storage plus VAR, and so that's done on a sum of parts basis. Customer side resources. So somebody mentioned this, we're seeing significant growth in demand side and customer side resources in our footprint, particularly, in the Desert Southwest. Folks are telling us it may be upwards of sort of 5% of their load. If you take somebody like APS or NV Energy, that's a significant amount of customer side resources demand response. Those can either be load modifiers or capacity resources. We have folks in our footprint who are working with us on how to sort of appropriately accredit those resources. It's a critical component of the resource stack. We saw the benefit that it had during the recent CAISO issues. So forward showing, that's 7 months in advance of the binding season, capacity plus transmission requirement. So then we get to the operations program. So the intent of the operations program is to evaluate the load responsible entities situation relative to the forward showing. So we made some assumptions about your load, about your resource performance, about uncertainty in the forward showing. And then we get to the operations day, and I'll talk a little bit about the timeline associated with this and the potential impact on day-ahead markets in a minute. But we're doing this very early in the morning in advance of those market runs, trying to determine who is surplus and who is deficit relative to the forward showing. To the extent that you're a surplus entity, you may have a binding obligation to a deficit entity in the program. This starts on a 7-day ahead basis. That's indicative. We get to the WEC pre-scheduled day, and then you sort of binding obligation is set. It's important to note that if you're deemed to be surplus, somebody's deficit raises their hand and says, yes, I need that supply, it does set a binding obligation for that surplus entity, both from a capacity perspective and potential energy delivery perspective. If you don't meet that obligation, you would be subject to an energy delivery failure charge. Because we're not a capacity market, because we're not an ISO or RTO, the program itself doesn't have any ability to backstop these transactions. So we have a cost of new entry penalty in the forward showing to ensure that you've met your compliance obligation, and there's energy delivery failure charges in the operations program to incentivize folks to meet those obligations to the program. So now we're going to talk a little bit about sort of interoperability with markets. And we really think this is critical, for 2 reasons. I think it's rightly been identified here that, movement towards a day 2, day ahead market is probably the incremental step to an RTO. We really want to ensure that sort of the RAP is maintaining the value proposition of a standalone resource adequacy program, but being thoughtful about our potential integration with these market offerings. So we'll talk a little bit about that. So, let's talk about what this holdback and energy delivery obligation is and how it may relate to a day ahead market. So RAP participants are forward securing capacity from an identified resource. So it can be a specific source or a system of resources that are in the portfolio that's been validated, right, with transmission for deliverability. Access to these resources or similar quality resources and transmission on the worst of worst days is necessary to maintain our business case. If we think of NV Energy as a potential participant, they've lowered their plan and reserve margin, maybe solar's underperforming, maybe Idaho or somebody has surplus that's committed to NV Energy. We really want to ensure that these market offerings are guaranteeing that access to NV Energy for that supply, that you've gone through a forward procurement process, you've potentially exposed yourself to these cost of new entry penalties, sort of done the right thing leading up to that operations program. We want to ensure that the partners in the RAP, whether they're an EDAM participant, a Markets Plus participant, that you have comfort in the fact that you can receive that supply from a RAP participant, regardless of the market they may or may not be participating in on the worst days. So that's very critically important to us, that prioritization of supply and transmission is maintained such that you can maintain the value proposition of participation in the RAP. So a couple things here. This idea of holdback. If I'm a surplus entity, I have what is now known as a holdback requirement. So what is that requirement? This requirement comes on the pre-scheduled day. It's going to be known in advance of roughly 0900, 930. It's a potential delivery obligation. It means that I may have to hold back, say, 25 megawatts on hour ending 17 for delivery to Idaho or delivery to APS or delivery to PACE. So that is the holdback obligation, and you're notified of that on the pre-scheduled day. So it's a megawatt value for potential delivery. So that's fixed on the pre-scheduled day. It cannot go up, it can only go down. So your obligation will never increase. Then we get to that T-105 timeframe on the operating day. That holdback requirement, that capacity, may be translated into an energy delivery requirement. If you're delivering to Idaho, maybe Idaho raised their hand and said, yes, I asked you to hold back 25 megawatts, hour ending 17. As it turns out, I really do need that. So that holdback obligation becomes a delivery obligation at T-105. So, the important thing that I really want the takeaway to be here is we're doing this forward showing 7 months in advance. We have this wrap holdback obligation that's established, and that's established pre-10 a.m. on the pre-scheduled day. So that means that commitment, that potential generation or need to generate, can be reflected in the day ahead, a unit commitment market run. So then we get to that operating day. So again, this requirement to deliver, whether it be to say another market participant, an out-of-market participant, that obligation is known prior to the real-time market being run. So we tried to be very thoughtful from the beginning. It started with EIM, but we're starting to see the Markets Plus and EDAM offerings evolve, and are trying to be very thoughtful about the RAP's ability to realize that benefit from forward procurement and diversity without sort of introducing issues for those participants that may want to jump into the day-ahead markets. So we'll talk a little bit about the sort of the details of interoperability. So the RAP, the calculations that I described, these are simply a megawatt value. They're entirely agnostic to participant or market decision-making about what resources are actually used to serve these obligations. The obligation is a megawatt obligation. We don't tell NV Energy to serve that potential obligation from solar or a natural gas plant, or say from their share of federal hydro, something like that. It really is a megawatt value. You're incentivized to deliver because of that non-delivery penalty. The RAP obligation takes into account uncertainty in both the day ahead and the real-time timeframes. So we're looking at that load, understanding the performance of theirs, and incorporating uncertainty into this calculation. Meaning we want to be sure that we're not obligating capacity to the program that might need to stay with the load responsible entity. I mentioned this previously, that this obligation can only be reduced from day ahead to the operating day. So you have certainty prior to that day ahead market run about what your obligation might be. If your energy does not become delivered, it can be marketed as the participant sees fit. And again, I talked about this on the last slide, but we really want to set these obligations prior to the day ahead and real-time markets running. It's important from our perspective that information be available to the market and that the market can take those things into account such that the participants realize the benefit of that forward procurement and diversity in the operations time frame. It's critically important for us to have some means in real time to access that diversity, whether it be our operations program or a market. And that helps us maintain the viability and value proposition of a standalone resource adequacy program. So talk a little bit about interoperability here, because I think this is an important topic and something that has really been emerging as the market offerings start to be put forth and really materialize. We embraced early on the objective of compatibility with existing and future markets. We knew we had the EIM at the time we kicked off this effort. There was, of course, discussion about EDAM picking up. We've got Markets Plus now. this idea of interoperability and making sure that these programs can work together was really a first-class citizen in our decision-making process. And we really view these, as Steve and Kara said, as a way to these markets, as a way to enhance reliability. You know, we are first and foremost a reliability program. We sort of believe that this program forms a foundation for, you know, sort of economic benefits of a market, ensuring that physical supply and capacity is there. But we recognize that a power flow model, a day ahead and real-time market can really help unlock some of the reliability benefits of a program like this. So we've developed a set of principles. These are draft principles, but I'll just kind of walk through these real quick. We are in the process of working with our participant committee to finalize these. We have shared these with SPP. Several of our folks have provided presentations to them on how interoperability could work. Similarly, in the EDAM forum, have seen the same thing. So we really want these markets to be designed such that they don't interfere or preclude participation in the RAP. You know, we have a broad membership participation in the RAP effort. You know, IPPs, customer-owned utilities, investor-owned utilities, situated differently geographically, obviously, given the size of the footprint. And so we would really like to ensure that the markets allow participation in the RAP. Respect the governance framework and decision-making of the RAP. So a very extensive stakeholder process sort of went into establishing the governance framework that I talked about previously. A lot of work with states, getting them comfortable with where we're at, you know, understanding how RAP could fit into the IRP planning processes in areas where they have traditionally maintained purview. And there's a strong feeling that, you know, the governance framework established should be maintained such that the folks realize sort of the benefit that went into that negotiation. Really want to preserve the diversity and investment cost savings derived from participation. So we really think sort of layering on a day ahead and real-time market should really enhance the value proposition, not degrade any of those investment cost savings. This goes back to the idea that on the sort of the worst hour, if I've gone into this program, lowered my planning reserve margin, I want to be confident that I can access the supply that my neighbors have guaranteed to me through the RAP. This really goes to 4 and 5. So we want to preserve the supply priority and OAT transmission priority of RAP forward showing supply. So our participants have voluntarily subjected themselves to a cost of new entry, gone through that forward procurement process. For many of those folks, that's a significant change in business process, practices, trading, risk management policies. So we want to ensure that if they've gone through that process, that those resources are there to meet their own load, that if they're importing from somebody in the RAP, that supply, the priority of supply and transmission is maintained. We want to preserve the delivery of those diversity benefits. So that's hold back in energy in the operational time frame. If I'm a market participant, if we use EDAM for an example, if we have a sufficiency test, that I should be able to count that import that I have from a non-EDAM participant as part of my demonstration of sufficiency. Likewise, if I have an export obligation, that the market recognizes that export obligation, maintains the priority of that obligation, such that the non-market participant receives the benefit of RAP participation. And then, you know, the last one here and seeks to collaborate with RAP to ensure compatibility and, you know, really realize those operational and reliability benefits. I will say that we have, you know, SPP has been very good. Obviously, we've partnered with them, as you heard, as the program operator, but we have had many discussions about interoperability. Likewise, Pacificor, CAISO have really started to engage on what participation in the RAP and what participation in a market might look like. And so we are really seeing a lot of positive movement, both from our participants and those providing the market offerings on this discussion of interoperability. Okay, so in closing here, we're going to talk a little bit about timelines. So I think this fits in. We have a transition to a binding program. So when we originally started this effort, our intent was to stand up a program that would be fully binding in 2024. So in working with our participants, some folks are very sort of dissimilarly situated. There are entities with a significant surplus. There are entities who have been sort of forthcoming in saying, I have a transmission portfolio. I have traditionally relied on market imports to pair with my transmission portfolio. And I have kind of a demonstrated need in the 2 to 5 year kind of time frame. It's going to take me a little bit longer. They have said, yeah, we definitely agree with that forward procurement sort of concept. But, frankly, at a cost of new entry penalty, some participants have a significant amount of work to do. And so we've changed our sort of transition timeline, and I'll talk about that on the next slide. We thought it was critically important that we keep folks at the table, keep the footprint as large as we possibly could, keep folks moving together in lockstep. And we thought this thoughtful transition to a binding program allowed that. We've made some concessions in terms of participation. It allows folks to participate in the program, have access to voluntary supply, even if they're not, don't have an ability sort of to meet that forward showing requirement. They can, be sort of fully non-binding. They can sort of pay a scaled cost of new entry penalty for a portion of a deficit. So we've really tried to maintain and incorporate some aspects of this transition to a binding program to keep the footprint together, to keep the program moving forward, keep as many folks in the tent as we can. So where are we at in terms of this transition from non-binding to binding? So we are currently in the process of a non-binding forward showing. So that's winter 2022-23 and summer 23. Those workbooks have been turned in to SPP and are currently being evaluated. We've added non-binding forward showings for 23-24, summer 24, and winter 24-25. And so really that means that this transition to a binding season, your first binding season can be summer 2025. So you're going to sign the Western Resource Adequacy Agreement, the RAPA, and as a part of that, hopefully in December, you'll make an election of which season you want to go binding. So that can be anywhere from summer 2025 to winter 2027-28. So there's some discretion about when you have potential exposure to those cost of new entry penalties. So that's sort of what we've laid out in terms of this transition to a binding program. There is also an ability for those participants that have signed up to be binding sort of just prior to that binding season to sort of make a reevaluation. There'll be no options post 2028. It would be fully binding in 2028, but there's some flexibility to accommodate the different situations among our participants. Okay, so, in closing here, talk a little bit about the current phases activities. So we've finished the 2022-23 and summer 2023 non-binding showings. Folks are waiting on those results now. We have filed with FERC, so we've asked for an answer by mid-December. We are working on currently the decision criteria for folks. We're asking them to make a decision about which season they'll go binding in December of this year. In the event that we don't have FERC approval, we will have a work order that could extend our funding until that FERC order is approved. We're obviously hopeful that we get an answer by then. In the event of a deficiency letter or something like that, we would need some stopgap funding to get us to full operations under the tariff. So I'll go ahead and pause there. That's the high-level overview of the organization, where we're headed in terms of governance. a sort of brief overview of the Western Resource Adequacy Program, interoperability with markets, and where we are at with standing this program up. So again, appreciate the ability to participate. And I'd like to say, thank you to NV Energy for their participation and support of this effort. Their team has been great and provided unique and valuable insight into some of the, Desert Southwest, eastern side of our footprint, unique things. So that was very much appreciated from WPP's perspective.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Roy. Do we have any questions from the committee on this presentation? And I'll start with Carson City. I don't think I see any. And we have Senator Harris on. Thank you. Appreciate that, Ms. Wagner. And we have Senator Harris on the line. Just wanted to, I don't think I checked in with you last time, if you have any questions or not.
No,
good.
thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you. I have a few, but I want to give the other members of the committee down here in Las Vegas the opportunity, if anyone has any questions. Oh, Ms. Tierney Lloyd.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. It was extremely informative. I learned a lot, and also congratulations on this work. I think it's really important work to help to facilitate a regional transmission organization. I had a couple of follow-up questions for you, and I wanted to start with a statement that you made very early on in your presentation about there not being support for an RTO within the RAP. And I just wanted to ask, was that from the RA participating committee, the RAPC, that made that decision?
I guess I would characterize it slightly differently. Not that there was not support for an RTO. What folks wanted to ensure was that the board of directors could not unilaterally establish an RTO, which would mandate participation by members currently signed on to the tariff. So I think that was the real kind of consideration. Not that there wasn't value seen in an RTO, just there was concern about the board of directors being able to sort of unilaterally establish a regional transmission organization that would compel participation based on their signing on to the tariff.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Just wanted to also ask a question about the board, the movement towards a new board from where you currently sit. And could you talk just a little bit about the number of board seats you currently have, and then where you're moving towards with the new selection process?
Sure. We currently have 5 board members at the Western Power Pool, 4 board seats, 5 board seats, 4 of them are currently taken. 3 of them are semi-independent. One of our current board members is actually an employee of one of our existing members, so clearly not independent. As we move to this transition, we have a slate of 4 board members. We have additionally one of our existing board members will become a voting member of the new board. So that would be 5 wholly independent board members, one of which will be an existing WPP board member. Additionally, the other 2 that are semi-independent will be given advisory seats. So to start, we will have 7 folks on the board, 4 new, that slate is being put forward now. 1 board member that will come from the existing semi-independent members, and 2 advisory seats that will come from the existing semi-independent members as well. Those advisory seats will roll off, so we'll have a 5-person board, fully independent, put forth by the nominating committee.
Thank you. One other question also about how the decision-making process is made, and you indicated that the RAPC would provide, and I want to just verify that this is correct. A supermajority position that would go to the board for decision. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's 67% of House and Senate style voting, and that is an advisory to the board. So the board is by no way mandated to rubber stamp that, but it would be sort of, the intent is that our hope is that it goes through the PRC process, gets voted on by the RAPC, gets put forward to the board for a vote. Ideally, we would have sort of consensus from the program review committee, which is made up of stakeholders. Anybody can come to that. The RA participants committee was 67%, and then go to a vote for the board.
Thank you.
There is nothing there's nothing to preclude a stakeholder from going directly to the board to sort of object any of what has made it through that process. So it's really open to everybody. We anticipate that it would go through the PRC RAPC board process, but certainly, anybody could show up if they were either supportive or not supportive of certain initiatives.
Thank you. And then the community of state representatives, you indicated could compel the RAPC to reconsider any position that they were advancing. Is the community of state representatives, could they take an opposing position and that would be advisory to the board as well?
There wouldn't be any reason why they couldn't do that exactly. In lieu of the Section 205 filing rights, the states really wanted some way to sort of ensure that they could have a meaningful dialogue with the RAPC prior to their vote on sending something on an advisory basis to the board. There wouldn't be any reason why the COSR couldn't go there directly to the board, but the states that signed or brought forth very complimentary comments on the process. We think that this interaction with the RAPC through the COSR and their ability to sort of compel them to the table was a good outcome in lieu of Section 205 filing rights. And if worse came to worse, they could certainly go to the board and take an opposing position.
Thank you. That was helpful. I have a few more questions, if that's okay. So you mentioned also that the way that you're establishing the planning reserve margin is to evaluate these critical hours, 10 years of information that you have and then developing a planning reserve margin based on a 1 in 10 weather event, I assume.
Yeah,
and then adding that onto the 1 in 2 year. So that would, comparing that to a 1 in 2 year, and that would essentially be your planning reserve margin. Is that correct?
Yeah, so let me kind of provide an overview of this process. The planning reserve margin, the capacity needed to mitigate or to maintain the 1 in 10 reliability metric is calculated probabilistically. So sort of, in line with industry best standard practices for this type of thing. There's a couple places that we use the capacity critical hours. One, we use them in accreditation of our storage hydro resources. So the storage hydro resources are not accredited using ELCC. So it's that performance on those capacity critical hours with a nod towards how much storage of those projects could have been utilized defines that capacity accreditation. So we use the CCHs there. When we run the ELCC analysis and come up with a sort of a megawatt contribution for a group of resources based on the zone they're in, we look at that individual resource's performance on those capacity critical hours to allocate the megawatt value that had been come up with probabilistically. So we wanted to stay with best practices, but recognize the individual characteristics of certain resources. That was important to stakeholders, important to IPPs. So we do use it there. And so it's not used in establishing the reliability metric. That's done probabilistically, sampling load, sampling resource performance, sampling outages, but it is done it is utilized to help inform accreditation of certain resources for the VAR allocation and also in the calculation of the forced outage factor. So entirely probabilistic calculation utilized to determine the capacity need. Once you determine that capacity need, it's translated to a percent of load. That PRM, that plan and reserve margin, is then added to the 1 and 2 peak load to just determine the monthly capacity requirement.
And are you able to share what range of planning reserve margin you're looking at for the Desert Southwest versus the Pacific Northwest?
Absolutely. I would. Would it be possible to provide that to somebody after this?
Of course.
I think.
Of course.
Okay. I don't want to misspeak, and I don't know. It's a monthly. There's 9 numbers across 2 seasons,
Okay.
so I'd be unlikely to get it correct off the top of my head. What we do see
No
is
problem.
a higher planning reserve margin generally in the summer, obviously for the Desert Southwest, and a higher planning reserve margin in the winter for the Pacific Northwest. Those range from 10 to 26% off the top of my head. We don't currently model any transmission connectivity between the 2 subregions. That would obviously be tremendously beneficial in unlocking the subregional diversity. We have actually written into the tariff and can operationalize that transmission should it exist. An LRE could put it in. Folks could come together, procure transmission. If it gets built in the future, we actually have a mechanism in the program to lower the planning reserve margin should that sub-regional, region-to-region transmission exist. Either somebody puts it in who has that in their commercial portfolio, something gets built in the future, but we have made the ability to utilize that, further lower those planning reserve margins, a first-class citizen in our design.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
There you go. If you could share that with Laura Wickham at the Governor's Office of Energy, and then all of the members of the task force can have access to that. And I have a few questions. This going back to the Committee of State Representatives. Is that a regulator from every state that has participating members? And how is that person designated? Is it designated by the state? Is it picked by the program? Who gets to designate who that is, and who would those people be?
It's every state or province who has an entity that has a compliance obligation under the program. They actually self-select participation. So it wouldn't necessarily have to be, say, a commissioner or commission staff. It could be from an energy office or something like that. So it's really a self-organized committee of state representatives. We have partnered with, WEEB. Maury is, the investor-owned utilities are funding staff through Maury's organization to help with the committee of state representatives, but they're generally self-organized and no requirement that it be a commission staff. It could be somebody from an energy office, et cetera.
So if it's self-organized and there's no requirements, like who picks it? Like, I want to be it. Who gets to tell me no or yes? Like that's what I'm trying to get at.
So
like, does the governor make an appointment? Does the RAP program actually pick based on candidates put forward? And just to be clear, I don't want to be it. I was just using that as an example. But yeah, like
I may have to get back to you on that one, so I don't miss.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then I have another question. Like, so what in this kind of non-binding voluntary participation phase? Where are the teeth? Like, so let's say you have a energy delivery obligation, and that obligation is not met, and how can you enforce that, and what are some of the ramifications or penalties for not meeting that energy obligation, the delivery obligation?
So currently, if you're a non-binding participant, you don't have a binding obligation. And so we wouldn't be, your surplus would not be obligated to the program. If you're a deficit entity, other folks can voluntarily provide supply. If you're a surplus entity, you can voluntarily provide supply, but that any capacity that you may have by calculation isn't obligated to the program. So there really is no binding or no penalty, so to speak. If you sign up as a non-binding participant, you are funding the program. You don't have an obligation to provide voluntary supply. We're not calculating whether you're surplus or deficit. If you're deficit and raise your hand, there's no guarantee you're going to get that supply. It would be all on a voluntary basis. So in that regard, right, there's nothing to sort of, compel significant participation. What we have heard from folks is that, we don't want a transfer of wealth, so to speak, whereby somebody, for example, Puget Sound Energy, who through their IRP process has been very clear to say that they've traditionally relied on the day-ahead market. They know they have a need because of load growth, to sign up for a binding program in 2025 that they can't pass would represent sort of a transfer of wealth from their customer ratepayer base to, the other members of the program. And that's not what we want. What we want is folks to be working towards a binding program, keeping them at the table, helping with design, working through those forward procurement processes, working through the process of putting steel in the ground, voluntarily offering supply if they have it, which we've worked into the program. And to the extent that they're having a hard day and these folks are at the table together, giving them access to voluntary supply if somebody's willing to put it forward. We have participants in this program, and to be frank, we don't look at the participant, at least now, performance, but there are some folks with significant length, and they have said, to the extent that we are in this together, we want to help our neighbors. It's non-binding, we aren't compelled to, but if we have voluntary supply and you've given us a platform by which you can put that supply into the program, we would like to make that available to those participants that have, are going through, working through the process of forward procuring, getting that steel in the ground, recognize the importance of resource adequacy. And so it was really sort of about maintaining, the integrity of the program, keeping the footprint as large as we could without sort of a transfer of wealth through the cost of new entry for folks that clearly in a very short time frame could not meet those forward procurement or deliverability requirements.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. LaTorres.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. So similar to what I asked before, I was curious about the involvement of tribes within your program, either as part of the stakeholder engagement process or as participants.
So we currently don't have any load responsible entities that are primarily, sort of made up of tribal organizations. Our organization does through our partnership with Energy Keepers and SKQ. But in terms of the stakeholder process, because it's an open, public forum, those folks, if they're members of consumer and utilities, have environmental, biops, fish concerns, natural resources concerns, the impact of, what it means to put a wind farm somewhere, for example, could all participate in the program review committee. We could evaluate sort of the makeup of that program review committee and make sure that we have representation, say, from the tribal community, rather than public interest organizations or, consumer interests. It might be beneficial. And I think that's something we should explore.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Mahiga?
Thank you for your presentation. I have a quick question. In regards to the board, since you are working together with SPP and CAISO, are there any board members that overlap? Do they sit on that board and sit on this board as well? And if they don't, is that going to be prohibited or allowed?
There is not currently any overlap. I would have to go back and review our independence criteria, talk to our legal staff. I don't know that we would, anything would preclude that. It might be a slightly different with SPP because they are the program operator that we've selected. But to the extent that they're, independent, and that's generally independent of members and participants, at least on the surface, it doesn't seem like they would be precluded. I would have to check with our legal, of course, on that. There is not currently any overlap. We have looked for folks as part of our criteria with market or RTO experience. And so that was a portion of what we were looking for when the nominating committee went out to find folks.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the committee? Oh, Ms. Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan, it's great to see you. Your You Are Here marker is a lot further than it was when you presented to my members this spring, so I really appreciate your presentation. The Chair just asked a question about the non-binding phase, but I want to talk a little bit about the teeth of the binding phase. Sure. Here in the West, when we had these issues at the beginning of last month, we saw behaviors, well, here, I'll take a step back first. When we're talking about reliability, I see a big role in baseload resources, schedulable resources. So hydropower, of course, thermal, and then batteries, I think, have a big role to play. But at the beginning of September, we saw some participants, utilities in the West, deploying battery resources at earlier times in the day as load smoothing resources, as opposed to reserving those resources until critical hours, generally 6 to 9 p.m. So let's say that a load-serving entity did deploy resources in a way that was internally beneficial earlier in the day to prevent issues, but then did not reserve enough for these critical times, again, that just generally are in the evening in the West right now. What are the teeth? There are financial penalties, but how is RAP and these RA programs, how are you looking at preventing that just becoming the cost of doing business, if you will?
Well, so that's a good question. So the way that we're currently intending to prevent that is make the cost of business so high that it's not an economic choice. So, and to be honest, we're talking about up to 50x, so 50 times the index for non-delivery penalty if that need wasn't able to be served by the program. And so, you're understanding your potential obligations 7 days in advance. You've got an opportunity on the day ahead, should it exist, to sort of procure if you need delivery, firm up that transmission. So, we don't want it to be an economic choice. And so we think, up to 50 times what you would pay to just have procured it in the market, could you, and delivered it, we think that's a pretty significant disincentive. Of course, there is we're all in this together. The folks have a real kind of interest in delivering when they have the obligation, because they're going to be on the other side of that potentially at some point, right? So I think there's an aspect of it that is that's probably not as strong an incentive as 50 times the index, but it is an incentive nonetheless. And then, of course, kind of the independent evaluator and board of directors looking at these things. We wouldn't allow somebody to stay in the program if they were sort of habitually, not delivering on their obligation. Now, that has an impact on a forward basis because you gain some diversity of load and resources. But if you can't realize that, right, that's a problem. So we've tried to make some outside of financial penalties, just a strong incentive, because you may be on the opposite end of this someday, to make allowances for the board to sort of address bad actor type of situations.
Wonderful, thank you.
Mr. Hansen?
Hi, Ryan. I have a quick follow-up to that line of questioning there. So in some RA markets, there's seasonal testing periods for resources that opt into the market, and they'll say, we'll give you a 3-week period where that's your testing period, and at any given moment, the market could call on that resource just to see how it actually does react seasonally. So it's kind of before you get into July or August, and you realize you have an issue with that resource being able to perform, it's more of a preventative look in that. Is that something you're considering as well?
Sure. We have in our tariff testing requirements for, thermal and traditional resources, ones that aren't accredited probabilistically. We have something very similar for customer side resources and demand response. And that's really sort of to get at that thing that you're talking about. If you tell us your resource is good for a certain amount, we want to understand what that is. Much of that is going to be in the business practices. And frankly, we have some work to do in that area. Sort of this non-binding runway gives us a little bit of time to do that, but we have contemplated testing criteria, for many of our resources, and that's going to give the program operator, other participants, and the program administrator comfort that those resources are going to perform. Now, I want to be very careful to say there's clearly, with recent events, particularly in Texas, this idea of resiliency. That is something I think we, along with others, are very much kind of struggling with, not only sort of the capacity requirement of the program, but what it looks like from an energy perspective. We, given the incremental nature of what we were asked to do, focused on a capacity adequacy program, but we're very closely watching this. It's of particular concern to kind of our program, given our reliance on hydro as a potentially fuel limited resource. So I want to be careful to say, yes, there is this testing requirement. The testing requirement is really around, min-max capacity, ability to say reduce load over a given period of time, and less about sort of resource performance from a fuel management perspective, which we know is an issue and something that our program is going to have to address at some point.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any further questions from the task force, either up north or down here? All right. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation, and look forward to any follow-up materials that you want to share with the task force. And we will use this presentation you shared with us this morning as a reference in future conversations. So thank you so much. That was very informative. So we have one more presentation, and it's from the California Independent System Operator, and then we will have a brief kind of summary of next steps on report from Director Bobsian after that. But I think it sounds like I don't want to take a long lunch break because I think we'll be done relatively quick, around 1 o'clock-ish. So I would like to take like a 10 to 15 minute break right now, and then we'll come back and we'll hear from CAISO and Director Bobsian, and that will be all of our work for the day. So it is now 12:07. If we could reconvene around 12:20, that would be great. just keep that in mind when we're asking questions this afternoon. And as we make our way back to our seats, we could get started. And we have with us today from the California Independent System Operator, we have Stacy Crowley and we have Holly Taylor, who are going to give their presentation this afternoon. And you can get started whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and present to you. And it was really interesting to hear the two previous presentations, very thorough, and appreciated your questions too from the committee members. So thanks for that. And it was good start to the morning. In fact, a lot of the key issues are very similar across the activities that the Southwest Power Pool and the California Independent System Operator and the Western Resource Adequacy Program were all working on this thing together. There's no playbook in the West for the direction, but it's been really about the folks engaging in this conversation, and many of them are the same, are working across these various formats. So you're getting a lot of the good thinking across all of these arenas. So today, Holly and I wanted to just go over a couple of our current activities. I first wanted to touch on transmission planning and some of the projects that we see coming through. I know that's very important to this task force. Second, Holly will talk on the current market activities, including the Western Energy Imbalance Market, our look at the day-ahead market and beyond. I'll go back and touch on governance, which I know is a key issue for you all, and then just finish on a quick observation on the summer heat event that we had around Labor Day. So that is our plan for today, and we'll go through fairly quickly. This is the obligatory opening slide of what the California Independent System Operator is and does. I think most of you have heard from us in the past, but we're situated in the West as right now the only market operator with the addition of the WISE, the Western Energy Imbalance Services from SPP. And we operate in 10 states with the energy imbalance market, and we perform the reliability coordination services for much of the West. So when we get into transmission planning, clearly it's been an important topic in the West to see that a lot of the new generation that's being put forward in terms of plans, both through IRPs and state policies, can actually access the grid, right? So the idea of new transmission throughout the West is seen as critical to helping states meet their energy goals and helping utilities get those resources online. So the ISO embarked on its first ever 20-year resource planning outlook, and it was meant to say, okay, the 10-year outlook is what we usually do, and we do that annually, but having that 20-year outlook would really sort of identify the key long lead transmission projects that need to get started now to help us down the road to get us the access to those renewables. So this 20-year resource plan was really meant to sort of start the conversation and really see where generally most of the build out will come from. And so this map, while it's a little bit busy, is really meant to describe the key areas where we see resources being developed and then where they would need to be brought, at least to serve California load and the small portion of Nevada. So given those long lead times, we wanted to get this conversation going, and you'll see that it's a diverse mix, and we've often recognized the need for that geographic diversity to access resources that perform at different times of the day and in different climates and weather conditions. So we've got the sort of intermountain wind, the southwest wind coming in, and then you've got offshore wind, which I think is really becoming an interesting development opportunity along the coast, and then of course your solar and other geothermal and other resources within the state itself. So this was just helpful, and it started to look at the cost associated with the transmission projects. And as you can see from this chart, our findings are that we see about $30 billion worth of transmission costs to get us to our 2045 goals. That in transmission, it's not too bad, but it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of work that's going to take coordination, permitting, and a real emphasis on keeping that ball moving forward. So, In addition to that 20-year outlook, we also, as I mentioned, we do an annual transmission plan that looks out 10 years. And that we do that every year, but we also are working with stakeholders to keep improving that process because things change, right? The needs of the system keep changing. So we are in process of trying to improve the transmission planning process to really recognize the situation we're in now. This is fairly detailed, but what I wanted to point out was that we are in the middle of this process, and if folks have interest in engaging, we can certainly welcome your input. But the idea here is that we want to match up the timeline of our process with stakeholders to make sure that they are able to engage and bring their projects forward, have the dialogue amongst the larger group, and bring a plan forward to our board for approval every year. And so we're just shifting the timeline. Usually we ask for submittals by January. We're now going to move to March so that our board can take a look at that and approve that in a timely way. We also just want to improve transparency and coordination amongst the other processes going on. So that's resource procurement and outlook, load forecasting, things like that. So we just are continuing to refine our process to allow for better and more accurate transmission planning along the way. Another big part of this is working with our Western partners, and it's been discussed a little bit already, but there's significant transmission projects being considered in the West, and Senator Brooks mentioned a number of them. It is, so the ISO is its own planning region, but we work closely with West Connect, which is a planning region within which NV Energy sits, and then the third planning region in the West is called Northern Grid. And we as planning regions get together annually to look at these, what I would call interstate or interregional transmission projects to see if there are those sort of mutual benefits associated across the service footprints in developing those lines. So this map is really intended to show the past several years of conversation with regards to these interregional planning projects. You recognize many of the names, and several of them have Nevada as a focus. I think Chair Brooks also recognized that Nevada is in a unique position, both in terms of geography and in terms of the interconnection, right? Just the physical transmission infrastructure that we have, that you are critical to the flow of electricity throughout the West. And I think, the West recognizes the unique situation that Nevada is in so many ways. There are some interesting projects. We're trying to be creative in our world to get some of these projects off the ground, recognizing that it does take a long time. So we announced earlier this year a new type of participating transmission owner. The participating transmission owner is our customer. They sign up, they hand over the control of their transmission assets, and we run them through our market and through reliability filters. We offer this subscriber participating transmission owner model for Transwest Express. They came to us with an interest in doing that, and we found a way to really recognize the need, this chicken and egg scenario, right, where they have gone a long way to developing the permitting and transmission rights of way, but they haven't yet gotten the power purchase agreements on the other end. So this is a way for them to get that process moving, but it does not burden the California ratepayers or the consumers of our footprint until they have the contracts and until they work out the pricing. So this is a really interesting model. It's one that I think is very unique. It provides access to the geographically diverse resources that we're looking at, and Transwest Express would look for the recovery of their costs directly by the subscribers to that line. So it really wouldn't put any undue burden on customers until those contracts became clear. We're also looking at projects like SWIP North and others to see if there's interest in the Idaho wind resources that would access. And we have a current process underway to really solicit interest in that type of project. So we want to keep our eye on the ball, because you both have to look near term at what we need for reliability and to get us through these near term summers and that kind of thing. But we also really need to focus on making sure we have the transmission infrastructure built and ready to go. Finally, on this section, I just wanted to note the interconnection queue, which I know a lot of people have been talking about, and certainly it's quite large. So you'll see here over 230,000 megawatts of resources that want to get into our system. And we need to figure out how to make that more reasonable, right? We all recognize that that's not reasonable, and that we don't want any projects that maybe are not as realistic as others to impede those that really are, right? So we, again, are working with stakeholders to try to improve that process, really make sure that projects are setting milestones and meeting those milestone goals, or else they'll sort of lose their spot in the queue. So just to say that we understand that that's an issue, and that is part and parcel to getting these transmission projects built, is to having a realistic interconnection queue. So I'm going to now turn it over to Holly Taylor, and she will talk about our current market activities.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Chairman, task force members. It's a pleasure to be with you today. So current market activities, I'm going to start with the Western Energy Imbalance Market, also known as the WEAM. This is a real-time wholesale electricity market. It was launched in 2014, and since then it has grown to include 19 participating entities, and has continued to provide increasing benefits to both its market participants and also electricity customers. So by 2023, we'll bring on 3 additional members, growing that number of participating entities to 22, and representing approximately 79% of load in the Western Interconnection. So again, many benefits for customers and participants, including enhanced grid reliability. It brings economic benefits, again, to market participants, electricity customers. It's really helped us to improve integration of renewable energy resources into the grid, and also improved operational efficiencies. For example, it's reduced the need for real-time flexible reserves, and it's also contributed to the reduction of CO2 emissions, a reduction exceeding 760,000 metric tons. So many benefits. We'll go ahead to the next slide. And going to those benefits, just speaking to the economic benefits specifically, we're expecting a third quarter benefits report here soon. What you see here reflects our second quarter benefits for 2022. And so far, since its launch in 2014, the cumulative benefits of WEAM are approximately $2.4 billion. And NV Energy, speaking specifically to that entity, NV Energy joined in December of 2015, and cumulative benefits to date for NV Energy are in excess of $174 million. So this market, the Western Energy Imbalance Market, real-time market, has really allowed us to leverage resource diversity and transmission connectivity across this broad footprint, and has really demonstrated the value of strong collaboration across this really broad footprint. All right, so now looking to expand upon those benefits of the real-time market, we're looking at an extended day-ahead market. We've been engaging stakeholders in this process. This is a voluntary day-ahead market that we believe has the potential to deliver additional economic reliability and environmental benefits beyond those we've experienced with the WEAM. So with unit commitment in the day ahead, this allows us to access more economic supply. It provides additional operational and capacity benefits. With respect to reliability, with this improved operational planning and coordination, it can help to build confidence in these market transfers. And then environmental goals, it helps to support enhanced greenhouse gas tracking beyond what we're doing with the WEAM, while still respecting individual state policies. So looking at our EDAM timeline and stakeholder engagement, I'll just say that stakeholder working groups have been critical to the design of this market. Our stakeholder working groups have been well attended. They were engaged early on in both shaping the scope of this initiative and prioritizing the issues to be covered as part of this initiative all along, and stakeholders continue to be very deeply engaged. We had over 200 participants engaging in most of these stakeholder working group meetings, and we've received hundreds of pages of comments on the EDAM market design. So as we continue to experience a robust dialogue, so some key elements of this effort really are that opportunity for stakeholders to engage and help design this market, and also working together toward designing developing a fair design approach that applies equally to all participants. So coming up, this a final proposal will go to the board and WEAM governing body. As you see in the last bullet here, the ISO Board of Governors has committed to supporting joint authority for decision-making on the EDAM proposal. That means that the decision will go before both the ISO board and the WEAM governing body for a decision. And we hope to take that final proposal to the board and governing body early next year. Okay, and then quickly I'll just touch on some key EDAM design areas. We've worked with stakeholders on these areas identified in the chart here. With respect to the day-ahead resource sufficiency evaluation, this is looking at each hour to make sure that each entity is coming into the market with sufficient supply to reliably serve its load. This evaluation is compatible with the Western Resource Adequacy Program, with the RAP, the Resource Adequacy Programs. And it essentially bridges the gap between an evaluation of resource adequacy and adequacy in the real-time market. So it runs in the day ahead to, again, make sure that all participating entities are coming in with the supply necessary to reliably serve their load. And just quickly, I'll touch on a few others. Transmission availability in the EDAM. We want to make sure there's enough transmission capacity to allow economic transfers to be optimized over that EDAM footprint. And then I'll lastly touch on greenhouse gas accounting. We have a framework there for accounting for greenhouse gas emissions under different Western regulatory programs. So for states like California and Washington, we want to make sure that those policies are honored, but at the same time, we want to respect those states that have not yet developed a greenhouse gas policy. So again, key to this has been stakeholder engagement in the development and designing in these key areas. NV Energy, again, has been a very active participant in these discussions and helping to develop these areas. So I have a next slide, and I'm not going to dive into this, but happy to answer questions later or connect with you later on this. But we do recognize that transmission service and market scheduling priorities, also known as wheel-through, we recognize that this is a very important issue for stakeholders. We're engaging stakeholders in a dialogue here, looking across the nation and the West to see how others handle wheel-throughs through their areas. We're working with stakeholders on a design for how to approach that in the future. So I'll pass on that now, but again, if you have questions about that, I'd be happy to connect with you on that later.
So I'll come back and talk a little bit about governance, and I'll start a little bit with how our governance structure works now, both at the ISO and the Western Energy Imbalance Market, and then what stakeholders are looking at to propose for changes to accommodate the day-ahead market, and then further to look at long-term governance changes for an RTO type of model. So first, and you've heard a lot about governance structures here today, and they're all, somewhat similar, but where you have sort of the need for an independent board making decisions, and then, a series of committees or touch points where stakeholders can engage and participate in the dialogue going through. So this chart and description is really the basis of our current governance structure, where we have, I think many of you know, a board of governors that was statutorily created in California, that is appointed by the governor and confirmed by the state senate. That independent board means that they don't have any financial interest in the market, and that definition of independence is similar to that you would find at SPP and the RAP program that they're looking to create. It's sort of that they can't have skin in the game when they're making these decisions. And when we started the energy imbalance market, we had a stakeholder group also develop the governance structure for to really include that regional voice. And that is by creating a second body. We call it the EIM or WEIM governing body. They are also a 5-member independent board. They are self-selected rather than being selected by the governor. They are selected through a nomination process, and the board itself appoints new members to it. And so those two bodies stand together when it's related to energy imbalance market issues. They stand together and make joint decisions. The governing body, where it doesn't have that joint authority, has advisory input over all real-time rules if it doesn't fall within the energy imbalance market itself. So that's the decision-making process currently as it stands for the Western Energy Imbalance Market. There is a dispute resolution process so that if one body doesn't agree with the proposal, it would go back to stakeholders to try to find a solution and bring it back forward. And it goes further to say, if that doesn't work, there's other remedies, including having the governing body file an alternate opinion to FERC when we file. So there's some safeguards put in place if the two bodies don't agree. So far, they have not had a dispute on decisions to date. The other components of our governance structure are equally important, and that is the way for stakeholders to engage. You've heard this morning about various types of state regulator committees or state representative committees, and that's an important component. We have what we call the body of state regulators. This is a member of the utility commission from each state in which the energy imbalance market operates. And we have a regional issues forum that is meant to be really an open, self-governing forum to talk about any issues that are of interest to it's a cross-sectional group of stakeholders to talk about market issues. They can bring advice to the governing body or the board or ISO management at any time. There's general stakeholder input, so we have really a flat hierarchy of stakeholder engagement. So every stakeholder is able to work with the board, work with the ISO management, and bring comments and public and written to our process for our decision. We have 3 other groups worth mentioning. We have a market surveillance committee. They are independent experts who look at our market at a high level in terms of its performance and sort of equity issues. And so they are paid independently. They work directly with the board on key market issues. And the Department of Market Monitoring, that is universal across ISOs. It is something that FERC wants to have, where this group can confidentially look at potential market manipulation and other things that need to get flagged and taken care of through the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So that group is an important piece of this puzzle. And recently, a group of stakeholders, when we looked at enhancing the role of the governing body, they had asked for, and we have implemented, the hiring of an independent market expert. This is a market expert that is hired, selected by the governing body itself, and works directly with the governing body to answer any questions they might have on the market. So if there's any perception that our market surveillance committee has some undue influence because it's managed by our board, this independent market expert is meant to say, no, this is for the governing body. They select them and they direct the work of them. So that market expert recently came on board earlier this year, Susan Pope, and she's working closely with the governing body on market issues. So these are all components of the governance structure, and we've heard from stakeholders that so far it's working well. Well, now you consider the day-ahead market, and we need to evolve the thinking around the governance. So we again pulled together a stakeholder committee to look at making a proposal to the board and the governing body on these changes. You'll see this is just a list of the current governing body members. Your own Rebecca Wagner is sitting on this committee and has been actually engaged in these governance conversations from the very beginning. So you have good representation there. We also have a member of the body of state regulators and non-voting members from both the governing body and the board to really sit in. So it's been a good group that have been working over the past several months on looking at revising governance components for EDAM. So just briefly on where they are currently, they have a straw proposal out and received comments. They are looking to provide a revised proposal by the end of this month. They have taken quite a bit of stakeholder feedback, have had some public meetings and discussions on this, but they are recommending generally to support this joint authority model that I explained earlier. So using that same joint authority model, but expanding the scope of decisions that fall under joint authority to include applicable day-ahead market rules. They are still contemplating the exact scope of that, and that will be in the paper that they produce here at the end of the month. But I think they're again trying to thread this needle of what it's still a voluntary market. There's a fairly easy exit for customers, so just the investment of effort and time, thread that needle with the added importance and commitment you're making in that day-ahead market. So it's all about balance, and that's what they're working on now. They're also looking at just refining some of the stakeholder processes I mentioned, and Holly did a nice job of describing that stakeholders were really an integral part of this from the beginning. And stakeholders really liked the way we created these working groups where they looked at the scope and the issues that they wanted to talk about. And so this committee is really saying, okay, let's use that model going forward for other significant efforts. And so that's what they're going to propose. Some other details around some stakeholder engagement. And then finally, just recognizing that with an expanded scope, should the governing body, should we look at their compensation differently? Should we look at the qualifications of the people sitting on that body and things like that? Also recognizing that both the board and the governing body have the interests of all market participants in mind. So when they're making decisions, they have to have this hat of full market participation engagement. And I think that is something that this committee wants to re-emphasize in the governing documents itself through our bylaws and things like that. So again, they will put a paper out in October, and they will, to align with what Holly mentioned on the market design, they will try to get to a decision by the governing body and the board early next year. Switching to Assembly Concurrent Resolution 188, and this is something that Chair Brooks mentioned at the onset of this the hearing. This is a bill that Assemblyman Chris Holden put forward. He had 74 co-sponsors on the bill, and it was unanimously approved over in both houses. And so that shows real support for the intent behind this resolution. And I won't repeat what the senator said, but it's really looking at existing studies, refreshing the minds of the legislators to say, okay, what's been going, a lot has changed since we last talked about governance of the ISO in front of the California legislature. Let's raise awareness. Let's show the value that has already been accrued through the Western Energy Imbalance Market. Let's recognize that states have implemented more advanced clean energy policies around the West. Let's recognize that Nevada and Colorado passed legislation requiring their utilities to join ISOs, et cetera. So really life has changed in the West since California last looked at this. So raise awareness is really a critical component. Assemblyman Holden is doing this with the intent to consider legislation in 2023 to consider governance changes for the ISO. And the intent is to really have a good foundation of understanding of the importance of the coordination and the importance of a regional transmission organization to Californians in this next legislative session. So with the passage of that bill, the ISO has implemented or starting to implement the activities within that. We have coordinated with the California balancing authorities within the state. That includes MB Energy, by the way. They have a small footprint of their balancing authority responsibilities in the Tahoe region. We have sort of introduced a high-level set of action items and milestones that we'd like to meet with them. We were all in agreement that hiring a third party would be a good idea to assemble this study so that it appeared neutral and somebody who had a background in these kind of studies before. So the National Renewable Energy Lab has agreed to perform this service for us. We've contracted with them, and they have begun their work at looking at the existing list of studies to consider. We have developed that list of studies with the help of the other balancing authorities and NREL. And today, in fact, we are posting a notice to our system that kicks this off for stakeholders, and we want to bring the public into the process. So we will host a call next Monday at 10 a.m. Pacific time to really kick off this conversation. We will show and post the list of studies that we would like to consider, but we also want stakeholder input. Is this the right list of studies? Would you like us to add more? Would you like us to remove some? And then NREL will set forward and assemble their sort of summary around the key issues associated with regionalization in the West. We will continue to ask for stakeholder feedback along the way. And in that market notice, which will go out today, there'll be an email box where you can put information, and certainly you can always contact me or Holly if you've got any questions on that along the way. But we're excited to implement that, and Chair Holden is excited to see that get submitted to the legislature before the end of February of next year. I just added a quote from the Assemblyman. He is really, and I know he's worked closely with Senator Brooks and other legislators around the West to just express the importance of the coordination amongst state leadership on these issues. And I think he wants to foster that. He invited folks in to talk about this when he has hearings and things. And likewise, he'd like to come out to the West and really have good conversation around this. Okay, so I'm going to wrap up with just a quick summary, but I think Senator Brooks did a great job of describing the events of September. But it's something that I think really is a real case for the coordination and the collaboration that happened across the West, and those relationships that have been developed because of the energy imbalance market. Now CEOs were picking up the phone and calling each other. The operators were picking up the phones and calling each other, and it really helped, along with the other tools in the toolbox that we have been deploying over the past couple years, to really make sure that we recognize that these extreme heat events, this was a 10-day, we called Flex Alerts 10 days in a row. And as the Senator mentioned, we broke records all along the way for high heat days and load across the West and in California. There were several things that that helped us, and we've talked about a few of them already. That coordination. We now have transparency tools for stakeholders on our app, our mobile app, as well as on our website that we look out 7 days and we look at the resource adequacy resources that we've got, and we look at the potential forecast. And so 7 days out, we can start looking and seeing if there's going to be tight conditions. And so that's been a tool that you all can see, and that helps us sort of gear up for what we might need to do. We have developed tools of what we call a playbook, which triggers certain things based on the tight conditions that we may have. So we work very closely with state agencies. We worked with the DOE to get some exceptions on air emissions for certain units if we needed to run them. So we really work across the board with federal, state, and local partners along the way. Conservation played a key role, and we saw that on September 6th itself, and we were noticing when the Governor Newsom, employed the Amber Alert system for Californians, and we all got this buzz on our phones. I forget at what time, it was 5 or 6, and we immediately saw that drop, and it was, I think Californians realized we were in dire situation, and so there was about a 2,000 megawatt drop in load pretty quickly because of that conservation. Demand response, which is paid in many cases. There's several types of programs we have for demand response that really helped. I have a chart here just to show you now our system on the web shows you when we are in a demand response situation event. And that's when we call those specific programs to action. And that line in red shows you the length of that DR event. We also had a record 3-hour ramp, which we call that. So that ramp, when the sun goes down and energy is still needed, we needed 7,000 megawatts over that 3-hour period, which is a significant amount of energy over that period. Batteries played a significant role. And Ms. Turner, I know you brought that up. Batteries are a new technology for our system, right? And so we're learning. We definitely are learning. We are going to have to really evolve our market offerings and incentives to make sure they're doing what they need to do when they need to do it. But we were glad to have them when we had them, and we had almost 4,000 megawatts of battery storage on the system to help us along, which was significant. So all that said, it really was a test case for that collaboration. We believe that with an EDAM, with a day-ahead market, the event would have been even better responded to. So we have that day-ahead acknowledgement and commitment of units. So I think day-ahead would only enhance that reliability. Here's some stats. We post monthly statistics on our website that just to show you if there's any new records that have been broken, things like that. And it just sort of shows you that the system and the resources are evolving over time, and the new mix is helpful. We need that diversity to really make this work. And this is just a wrap-up slide to show you that all of these things matter, right? The engagement with our neighbors, the collaboration, new technologies, electrification, all of these things matter in this transition to clean energy resources. And it's going to be all hands on deck to make sure we're making that work. So with that, Holly and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Crowley. And I think most of this task force is a little more familiar with California ISO than they are with SPP or WPP, just because of the years of talking, collaborating, and talking back and forth. I know I'm very familiar with the ISO, but do we have any questions from the committee for the ISO this afternoon? We'll start. I'm going to start on the end and move this way. Mr. Barbash.
Thank you, Stacy and Holly, for the presentation. Appreciate that. I just have a question on the governance piece, because like Chairman Brooks indicated, we're all more familiar with the California market than SPP. But to tag along with the question that I think Ms. Wagner was asking in Carson, how the SPP market governance would transfer into or the Markets Plus would transfer into an SPP RTO. What do you see, I guess, unlike SPP that's set up with multiple states, California being primarily in one state and being a product of California state legislation with a governance board appointed by the governor of California. What do you see as the process, and if you could even put a timeline, an optimistic timeline and a pessimistic timeline for how that governance would transition to a multi-state governance structure over time, we know, with the California legislative process?
Sure. I have my thoughts that have been really, evolving over the 9 years I've been at the ISO. But certainly the main component would be to enable the California ISO, which would likely then change its name, to have a board that is self-selected or selected in an independent way, like these other ISOs and like the RAP are describing, where it's through a stakeholder nominating process, and either the board self-selects or there's some other mechanism there. So that is the goal, right? So that no one state has, the influence to select the board. So that would be the goal. And in doing that, you'd have to basically repeal pieces of the statute to allow that, enable us to do that. And then we would, in our own bylaws, just like every other multi-state ISO, in our own bylaws and our own structure, we would develop the governance structure that stakeholders could support. In terms of a timeline for that, we certainly see the day-ahead market evolution as being important for, I would say, market participants to continue to feel more comfortable, right? We've all recognized that real-time market, EIM, has built confidence in working in markets, and confidence in what others bring to the table. EDAM will do that same, building more confidence, and then we need to see interest in full market participation through an RTO. And then I would imagine there would be a transition, and we'd have to figure out exactly what that looks like. We had proposed some transition elements in the previous work through the legislative process back in 2015, 2016 under SB 350, as well as 2017, 2018 under a bill that Assemblyman Holden brought forward called Assembly Bill 813. So there was some what happened was there was a set of principles established to say if these principles were true, then we would start to repeal the statute in the California legislature. And the principles talk about states maintaining their current existing authority over siting and resource procurement and that kind of thing, that there would be a voice for states in things that matter to states like planning reserve margins and cost allocation. And if those principles were true and that we produced a governance structure, then you would repeal statute. So that would take several years. We believe that no utility could join us as a participating transmission owner next year without other market design changes. So it's probably 4 to 6 years away, something like that, maybe 3 if we're optimistic.
Thank you. And compliments on the summer, or the fall heat wave, I should say. And how in the world did you get the Amber Alerts out so quickly? Was that working with the state, and was that the CAISO, or was that the utilities doing that?
That was 100% the governor's office.
Okay.
Yep. So that was not our call or even our suggestion. It was, I think the governor's office was very involved in this, in just caring about keeping the lights on in the state, and their team. They had the Office of Emergency Services working, on call, and I think that was one of the tools in their toolbox that they decided to use. Yeah. We recognize that that's not a tool that folks could count on often, right? That was a special circumstance. Even the flex alerts, 10 days of asking people to cut their, energy usage from 4 to 8 is asking a lot when it's 115 day after day. That can't be the long-term solution, and that's why we need, a more diverse set of resources.
Thank you.
Mr. LaTorres?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. So I'm the chair of the Nevada Indian Commission. I'm the representative from the Nevada Indian Commission on this task force. I also come from a tribal community where our lands had been condemned to create a project that would generate power, losing our ancestral historical lands, being displaced to high desert mesa. And to this day, we still suffer with unreliable power. We're not able to develop. We have old transmission lines. And so that's really the spirit of some of the questions that I've been asking today. And so I see the resource and transmission development plans, significant transmission projects. It's not that I think that these are bad ideas, but my question is, again, what are the engagement, what is the involvement with tribes? Are tribes just treated like members of the public when they should be treated as sovereign nations? And not only that, but if we're going to be developing good policies, and I do believe that this is good policy, I don't want it to see it be at the expense of tribes, especially when tribes don't even really benefit from it. And so that's really what I'm trying to get at is, what is the inclusion of tribes in this process? How have they been consulted with or collaborated with? And as a reminder to this task force, under Chapter 233A of the NRS, Section 6.3, a state agency shall make a reasonable effort to collaborate with tribes in the development and implementation of policies, agreements, and programs of the state agency that directly affects those Indian tribes. And so I want to see how we're including tribes in this process. I can't speak for them. They're each their own respective sovereign nation and are able to make policy decisions on their own. But I want to make sure that this is something that is going to also be consistent with their values. We talk about stakeholder scope and issues, but I want to see consideration of tribal sovereignty, tribal self-determination, making sure that these are done in a culturally appropriate way and in a way that will benefit tribal communities as well. And so if you have any experience with how tribes have been included, I would love to hear that.
Sure, thank you. Very important question. There is an example, at least in our footprint, recently where the Morongo Band of Mission Indians became a participating transmission owner in our system, and they did that to the benefit of their tribe. It was supportive of the renewable resources in their area, and it's we call it the West of Devers transmission project that brought power in from Riverside and the Imperial County areas into the grid. And that was a really great partnership, at least the way we experienced it. And it allowed the tribe to engage in the process, understand the benefits that would accrue to them, and as well as helping to serve clean energy resources into the system. So that's one example that we have. We also know that they are a large part of the conversation when it comes to siting and permitting through state processes that California has. They had a committee, DRECP, I think it was Desert Renewable Energy Coordination. I forget the acronym. I can provide that to you, but it was a multi-year look at where the best places are to develop resources, and I know the tribes had a lot of influence and input into where to build and where not to build, right? So absolutely an important component. Those are a couple of examples that I know of, but something that certainly we should keep in the front of our minds.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Newman.
My question is on your subscribing, participating transmission owner. Can you explain how that program works and how the rates are recovered on that and the governance behind the transmission owners?
Sure. So in this case, the transmission developer would seek out contracts for the procurement of the resources on the other end. In this case, it's Wyoming Wind. And they would seek rate recovery through the subscription of the line and the resources on the other end. The ISO would only, at the point where there was serving ISO customers, would they include that in the transmission access charge, which is our way of recovering the rates from the transmission lines that we put in. It is entirely in their court to make that happen. So it is up to them to get the subscriptions, and they meet the timelines, and then they would use the contracts that they signed to get the firm rights to the transmission line on their own, and that would I'm not describing this very well. They would essentially charge their subscribers the cost of that.
Well, so do the subscribers only come from California, or can they come from any of the states that transmission line is actually crossing through?
So the way the Transwest Express project is being contemplated is that they will have, it's a DC line until a point in, I think, Utah. And at that point, it becomes AC lines. And at that point, other utilities could take a subscription onto those lines in both directions. So other utilities could certainly subscribe to that line, and then there would be their own cost structure associated with that. So it does allow some flexibility, and it's not just a single one-way straw from Wyoming into California. And at that point in Utah, there's other breakout points where the AC system could allow additional utilities to participate.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Did we lose Carson City, or is it just the camera off? Yeah, maybe
Senator
we lost
Brooks,
them.
we're still
But
here.
do we
Can
have
you
any-
hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just couldn't see you, so
Okay.
I wasn't sure if we lost you.
We're still here. We can hear
All right,
you and see
is-
you.
Are there any questions? There you are. Are there any questions from any of the members in Carson City? Any further questions? All right. Well, that's great, and I appreciate you coming in today and making this presentation, and I encourage our members to participate in the process, especially the ACR 188 process, because I think that that is a venue where we will want to make our concerns and or ideas heard so that it informs the 2023 legislative process with Assemblyman Chris Holden. And Chris Holden, Chris Brooks, and Chris Hansen are collectively referred to as the Chris's. And so because all three of us work in this area and we're friends. And so, but it will, I think that's what that process was meant for, and it's for a body like ours to make our input known during this process. So the first call is Monday. If there's any way you could share that with the committee, the best way to get onto that, because while the CAISO website is very informative and robust, it is sometimes a little difficult to navigate because it is so comprehensive. So if you could help us, that'd be great. All right, with that, thank you, and I know you have to hit the road, so I appreciate you sticking around a little late. We will move on to our next agenda item, which is from, it was going to be from Director Bobsian, but he had to go do something else. So it's going to be, I believe, from Laura Wickham up in Carson City. And it would be a preview and discussion of the draft task force report. A reminder to those on the committee, in the statute that created the task force, it also tasked the task force with creating a report to the legislature and to the governor in November. Now, the report will be just basically some of the findings and or recommendations, if any, of the first two meetings of the task force. And my anticipation is that this report won't be as robust as future reports, because this was the first couple of meetings was really about us gathering information and getting a baseline of knowledge. But we will hear about the process moving forward from Ms. Wickham right now.
Thank you. So apologies, Director Bobsian had a hard stop at 1 and he had a scheduling conflict. So I will do my best to provide an update on this task force report. The Governor's Office of Energy, as a supporting agency to this task force, will be working on the legislatively mandated report and will make a draft available to all task force members and the public in the coming weeks. As Chairman Brooks already stated, our report is due no later than November 30th and is to include task force activities, which this year mostly consisted of receiving reports, presentations, and gathering information. And it is also to include any legislative recommendations for enabling transmission providers in Nevada entrance into an RTO. Our intent is to have a final report to present for approval during our next scheduled meeting, which will be on November 17th, and it will be held virtually. If any members have comments or recommendations, you are welcome to individually send comments to staff, so me, or the task force email. And please refrain from copying each other or BCCing each other, and those recommendations will be incorporated into the draft report. And I'll take any questions.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Wickham or myself on that process? Ms. Barbash.
Thank you. Is the next meeting, you said it would be held virtually, is that exclusively virtually, or will there be in-person locations as well?
It will be exclusively online.
Thank you.
Yeah, that next meeting will be really to review and approve a draft report. And so I don't think it warrants tying up the resources of LCB or anything like that. So we're just going to be doing that one virtually. Any other questions on that from any of the members? All right. And for the purposes of open meeting law, remember what Ms. Wickham said, please don't BCC or blind copy or copy other members when making any sort of suggestions and or questions to the Office of Energy or myself. And that's kind of important. And if you have any questions on that process, either myself or Ms. Wickham or Director Bobsien can probably answer those questions. And I look forward to seeing everyone during that meeting. And so that is it for that agenda item. We can move to our second and last public comment period. And please remember, if we have anyone to make public comment, to keep it to 3 minutes, if possible. And we can start public comment up in Carson City. If there's anybody that wants to make public comment in Carson City, please come to the table. Seeing none, I'll go down to Las Vegas. Anybody who wants to make public comment down in Las Vegas? All right, I don't see any. And broadcast services, do we have anyone on the line for public comment?
Chair, your public line is open and working, and you have no callers at this time.
All right, thank you so much. So with that, I would like to thank all of LCB and their staff who always make sure that these meetings run very smoothly. I'm constantly amazed by how smoothly these meetings run. And this will probably be my last meeting with LCB as a legislator. So I have announced my intention to resign from the Nevada Legislature here in a few weeks. And so this will be the last meeting where I will be in LCB's offices as a legislator. So they've always done a wonderful job, and I'm so glad to be able to have a meeting, such a good meeting as my final one. And I also would like to thank all the members of this task force for participating today and all the presenters who helped us out, and the Office of Energy. Thank you for staffing this meeting and for doing all the hard work to make it a possibility. And with that, I will adjourn.